But hi everybody, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for that gambit. I appreciate that donation, those bits that you threw our way. Um, but yeah, because Twitch seems to be very twitchy tonight, I decided to go ahead and hit the record button so we can make sure that we've got it all together and not going to have any problems tonight. Um, because apparently that's a thing that Twitch likes to do to us. Hey everybody, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. We hope you are having a great Sunday night. Thank you for joining us for episode 2 of the final arc of Carousel Court. We are diving in to 1988. Things are about to get psychedelic in so many good ways, at least in my opinion. All of the colors, all of the fun, all of the valley. But we are going to go ahead and go around and let everybody say who they are, which family they're playing, and answer a question for me. Are you in 1980? Is your house in 1990, 1988? Excuse me. Um, Team Joan Jett or Team well, Hall and Oates? So we'll go around and we can start with Trooper. How are you
Hello,
doing
I'm
tonight?
Trooper SJP. I'm doing well. I just retweeted the tweets, the twitters.
Thank you so much.
hmm let's see. I'm Trooper SJP, and I am playing the Musgrove slash Masters family. They are a family that is a little bit what's the word? Uh, they've got modalities. They're like sort of bimodal historically, and the center person we've got right now is Masters Musgrove. Um, Sometimes called Masters by his best friend. But that is to, I think, just poke at him a little bit. And because he would have been a Smith, but it does not matter. Point is, so I'll be playing him. And I was in one of the things that I always do as part of my, what do you call it? Players do homework, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for this game, my homework is always about just updating everybody's ages. Like, how old are they now? And and I have an entire family tree with birth dates that I update every single session. But Masters is currently 25 years old, along as is his twin brother, Johnson, who is also 25 years old. It's 88. Oh, Team Joan Jett or Team Holland Oates. Well, let me see. In
There
1988,
there are other teams available as well, but these are the two that we're focusing on for this particular playoff
well,
bracket.
that would be tricky
It's this particular
because I feel
bracket.
like, yeah, I feel like the boys are tricky with that one. I imagine uh Johnson, I don't think he'd like either one of them, to be honest, but I think he'd have to go with Hall and Oates. He thinks they're not like manly enough, but he's not gonna go and pick a woman who's running around in leather. He would rather just have like Hank Williams Jr. or something. But if he has to choose between Hall and Oates and Joan Jett, he'll have to go with Hall and Oates because at least they're men. Although he's not quite certain about how long their hair is. Really, he's just not happy about any of those things. Masters would pick Joan Jett, though he's probably listening to various musical theater soundtracks and also the B-52s, really. But between Joan Jett and uh, Hall and Oates, Masters would go for Joan Jett. Johnson would go for Hall and Oates. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Trooper. Appreciate it. Thank you for being back. We appreciate you. Uh
Oh, and their mom would be really excited about the Parents Music Research Council and getting censorship or parental warning stickers on everything because we have to protect the children. Also,
yeah,
did you know about this
she's
satanic thing going on? There's like a
no,
whole
well,
satanic thing.
I mean, Kind of. Well, I'll explain in detail when we get there. I'll explain in detail when we get there. But for right now, let's jump over to Lindy. How are you? Welcome back.
It's good to be back. Hi, I'm Lindy, and I will be playing the members of House Ardeline. Mostly the ladies of House Ardeline. And I think they're pretty uniformly Joan Jett, although they don't mind Hall and Oates. They're okay with either, but lean towards Joan Jett.
I would think the
Especially a
family would
certain
be a
couple
big
of
fan of
members.
Maneater.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I can see that. I can see that. So then, let's go over to Pope. Hey, Pope, welcome back. Thank you again for last night.
Oh, thank you for having me. No, last night was lovely, and thank all of you, especially those of you who were returning from last night. I am Pope. I use he, him pronouns. I play members of House Gwilym, primarily he, him pronouns. And there's a house divided on this bracket. That those that are closer, quote unquote, to the Ardelines are team Joan Jett. Then the majority of the other parts of the family are Hall and Oates, but there is also the Michael Jackson camp, and to the surprise of absolutely no one, there is also a Guns N' Roses camp.
Well, yes, but
I'm sorry, it's 88. Sweet Child of Mine is on the radio.
Okay, but here's my question. I need to know how much like satanic rock does your group listen to? Like how much of this sort of, this sort of hair metal, this sort of heavy metal?
It's the same, probably. The House Ardeline side listens.
The hair metal, not so much in the primary Georgia faction of the group. But it's big for the West Coasties of the family.
I would love. We'll come back to this because I have this image. I want to know what Susie Master Smith thought of Tawny Katane.
No good things, obviously. Come on now.
That's okay. A lot of people don't have good things to think about Tawny Katane.
Also, like,
but she isn't like she's not going to complain about her acting in the film Witchboard. She's going to complain about the corruption of minors and inappropriate sexualization in the media. Also, she does not like Madonna. Just side note.
Oh, that's a given. I'm just check something.
I would have been shocked if you had said she did.
And then next up, hi PB. Thank you again for playing last night. We appreciated you dying for our charity and our entertainment.
Absolutely. Who doesn't want to be pulled through a wall by a scary alien? Xenomorph. Yeah. Hi, I'm PB. Today I'm going to be playing the Walters family, which includes Ro Walters, who's technically the head of the house. We have Linda, his beautiful wife, who really runs everything. We have Umberto, who is Linda's father and Ro's father-in-law.
And has a radio show?
Has a radio show. Has a Love Advice radio show. Very popular. And Luis Walters, who is the child of Ro and Linda, who is like taking the main stage recently. But, as houses go, we play through everyone. So it should be a good time. And Luis is also Masters, Little M&M's BFF. And considers him his little brother.
And totally is hyped about, a gentleman purchasing formal wear from Louis multiple times.
Oh, absolutely. Luis is just living his best life out here listening to... We're a Joan Jett family.
And you have Sundays off.
I probably don't even work at that boutique anymore. I'm sure
Oh, it's
by
3
and
years.
part because of Marta.
Marta, or this brand new patron that Luis has got, that I'm sure is not at all a problem.
No, not at all. I mean, I get paid. And not that Luis needs to get paid. The family's loaded, but like he, is doing it for him.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, definitely. And last but never least, because they are absolutely fabulous, thank you again, Lynn, for being here. And also thank you, Lynn, for your contributions to the mass death of last night.
Yes, it was so much fun to be totally and utterly doomed by parts of our own choices. To be honest, we probably should have gone. It probably would have been if we explosive decompressed in the first mistake we made.
Yes, I think explosive decompression was a problem.
Yeah. So I'm Lynn, Shive, and I'll be playing the members of the Kwan family, which are for player character 3, Jungwa, the youngest sister, Youngja, the older sister, and Petra, the Youngja's youngest, or only child, which is at the age of 13 now. So, ooh,
Mm-hmm.
and I think they are probably on the side of probably supporting Joe and Jet, at least 2 of the 3. The third probably wants something, is probably more a fan of something more homegrown, so.
Fair. Appreciate it. This leads to the joy that is a Tuesday night in Savannah. Luis has become quite popular among a certain set, in high demand, when a certain individual becomes your, shall we say, patron of, and wears only your formal designed wear to all of his formal gatherings and also to his court dates, you get your name kind of thrown around out there. But first things first, we have to roll some house project rolls. And I want to ask, because we are now into Act 3, and I know that certain people had certain projects that they were working on. The Ardelines are now in a full... doing pretty good business of moving some...
Avocados.
Yeah.
We've got an avocado orchard. It's great.
Avocados have become quite popular behind the Iron Fog, at least your avocados, in exchange for certain other things that were coming...
We're just beating the millennial rush,
Look, millennials might eventually get to things like avocado toast, but in the 70s and 80s, avocado breads and chocolate avocado brownies are a massive thing.
They're just really popular behind the Iron Fog. I wouldn't worry about it.
It's just another fad. It's just another fad. People lie and tell themselves. So I have to ask, does anybody have a project they feel the need to complete at the moment? Or check in on.
What is the exact date part, by the way?
Hold on. I have it in my notes.
I like to have all these things written down.
Yes, I appreciate and I totally understand, and it is...
Then I can also look up things on Wikipedia. It's just a thing I like to do.
It is a thing you like to do.
It is.
It is a thing you like to do. It is December 6th. Tuesday, December 6th, 1988.
Thank you. Tuesday.
The Reagans are on the cover of Vanity Fair. For any value that means.
You did say that you were going to tell us something in the offline moment before we went live. You said you would tell us the state of the news, that some things were happening and other things, and you have teased it a couple of times, but I don't feel like the people in chat know.
This is true. There are a couple of things that have been going on behind the scenes or behind the curtain that haven't been affected, mostly because been complicated arrangements. Your local news reporter and I have not been able to sit down and have a conversation. That's on me. Sorry. scheduling is a pain. We have some interesting things that have come up. Number one, well, a lot of people have been pushing for it. The Ayatollah never came to power in Iran. Mostly because the Russians decided, well, the premier, Alexandra, who is quite public as a Rusalka, there's the word I'm looking for, doesn't like him and doesn't like a lot of Shia Muslim interpretations. Is that correct? Am I on the right one? The Ayatollah is Shia, not Sunni. Now that's going to bother me, and I can't make that mistake. I don't want to make that mistake because that's a very important thing to be.
Ayatollah,
Yeah.
honorific title for the Shia clergy.
Yeah, there we go. I was correct. It is Shia. Has some problems with the. Thank you. It has some problems with the Shia interpretation of the Quran. A large percentage of that about the treatment of women, and when you are basically a spirit of female revenge, you kind of have a very particular viewpoint on that issues. Also, kind of interesting things happening behind that iron fog that you don't need to know about right now because it doesn't really affect anybody at the moment. The Chinese government has stabilized behind a quasi-representative constitutional monarchy. When a son of heaven is chosen by a imperial dragon, you respect the son of heaven's presence, but you still have a representative democracy as a parliament. And a massive exam system to staff that. Also, a lot of work has been going into repairing the unfortunate ideologies of Mao's anyone could be a farmer promises. The answer is no, not anyone can be a farmer, and respect your farmers because they feed you. So those kind of changes have kind of stabilized. China is still not currently fully open to the West, but there has been some trade agreement discussions that have been going on. Reagan did get elected, 1988. But 1988 also leads to, well, he was elected in 1980 and 84. 1988 is the election of Bush the Elder, for whom was not a landslide victory, but a pretty stable one. Representative, at least in this point. You also have some rising tensions among the English government and all of their former empire at this point. Certain other members of the former empire are being more supportive of the Argentinians. More seeing it as a way to throw an egg custard pie in Thatcher's face than any desire to really support the Argentines and the Falklands. Tensions and relationships between other East Asian countries have kind of solidified into a rise of, in both Korea and in Japan, the markets and investments are kind of showing off again. The rise of the electronics and the tiger markets of Korea and Japan have really been to the benefit of most of the East Asian markets at this point. Is there a particular issue you want to look at? Although, apartheid is probably going to go away a lot sooner than people think, mostly because for some reason the Afrikaans just keep getting sick horribly. There is, however, a slightly less pleasant thing on the rise, a disease that spreads through the blood. It has made vampires a larger focus of public discussion, both as a possible vector of infection and as a last ditch effort of a cure, or at least a transformation. It's put undead rights back on the vocal rallying cry again in the American consciousness, right up there with gay rights and marching side by side. So I ask, this evening, December 2nd, Tuesday, 1988, what are you doing? There is a talk of a citywide holiday fair kind of occurring on the along the boardwalk, or riverwalk, excuse me, not the boardwalk, the riverwalk is what they call it. That will be in the next couple of days, but large discussions of out of towners coming for, holiday market kind of things, artsy craftsy kind of deals. There was a theory about having a Santa punting along the river kind of thing. That was kind of questionable. Also a lot of carriage rides. Everybody wants a carriage ride. It's not quite the same as being in New York at Christmas time with a carriage ride.
People are suckers for carriage rides. I'll
They
admit
are.
it. I'm people.
Can we roll for our
Projects? Yes,
our house
indeed.
fortune?
Yes.
Yeah, for our projects.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, you all are at that stage where there's really only boons that y'all could
Boon.
get.
So
Mhm.
a d6 to see how many points you get to throw
Or-
at something.
Yeah,
Or
2d3.
2d3 to two different places.
exactly.
Your choice.
First, I will use my remainder plus the 6 I would get for boon.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 13.
13 is a very nice number.
I had 2 stages left for the other Southern Poverty Law Center, essentially.
Yes, so you have completed your Southern Poverty Law Center. It is also attached. Do you want it attached to Emory or UGA?
That's actually kind of hard. Gonna go with UGA on this one.
I mean, technically, it is slightly closer to Savannah than Emory.
I'm just thinking it like UGA is definitely a bit more public facing.
Mhm. Well,
Especially during the 80s, because like the cocktail game. Um,
look.
so it will them tabling the games, especially uh the cookouts and everything. I think that would do some good.
Mm-hmm.
Is this just a straight 2d6 roll?
Yep.
Yeah. If you because you have a boon, you get +6. So it's 2d6 +6
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he had 4 left over from his last
from
roll, so
previous.
he just put it on together to make the math easy for himself.
Okay. And I had nothing left over. I forgot it. Forgot a space.
12, so that's 2 bone.
Well,
That's 2.
nice. That was the 2 I needed for setting up what did I write here? A nationwide communication with Incubi network.
There
It's
you
apparently
go.
what I was working on last time. Yeah.
There you go. All right. And then so now we have a nationwide federation for communication amongst incubi and succubi. I'm sure that will be great.
A fun time.
Lindy.
Look, organization is never a bad thing.
Nope. It's never a bad
I
thing.
needed 2 more to finish that to really solidify the avocado trade. So that's those 2 right there.
You've got your avocado trade, and other things are being returned in favor, which I guess might be really popular right now, considering, you know, the rise in undead rights.
Yes, and we're debating sending the turtles over there if it's easier to get the nuclear substance now that they've been indoctrinated for, you know, a few years of 24/7, 365 kung fu martial arts action movies.
You can the martial the the nuclear material was delivered. Let's say last week.
Perfect. I know what I'm doing this session.
Marta Ardeline specifically gets a bonus die.
Sweet.
And then there's a bonus die for the Musgroves.
We're gonna radiate some turtles.
I'm sure that will not go wrong at all in any way, shape, or form.
I'm sure it won't. I'm sure it'll be fine.
You know, Godzilla -1 just came out here recently.
Yeah. Side note, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
But in turtle years, they should now be teenagers, and thus they're of the appropriate age. So, just making a note of that. Just making it known.
Masters is now running things for these last 2, which would have been the last one of would have been, let's see, for 82 and 85. And so we're going to have the project be to create a dance company in Atlanta.
Did you want it in Savannah, right? Or in Atlanta?
Yeah. No, in Savannah.
Did you want it attached to SCAD, or did you want it independent?
Independent.
Okay.
Is that 4 or 5, would you say? Or 6?
I would say that would be a 4. That's not hard to do, right? Like, you're in a city that claims to favor the arts. Arts are very popular. There's this thing called, like, 3 big movies have just come out recently. You know, dance is very popular in the theaters.
She's Like the Wind is a popular hit for this year.
Oh yes, I would like to tell everybody that that 3 of the songs from the Dirty Dancing soundtrack make the top 10 Billboard Top 100 list, or make the Billboard Top 100 list, not in the top 10, but 2 of them are in the top 10.
So this will be for the first go round, which will be 16, and I have 3 left over from before, so that's 19. And then let me roll my second House Fortune roll, which will be 17. Good rolls for me. And let me add that in.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 2936. Okay. And it is how many per tick box? 10?
No, 6.
6. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm able to create the dance company, and the second project,
Mhm.
that's 24, which leaves me with
Yeah.
12 left, which I've got 2 tick boxes. The second project is a benefit, an AIDS benefit uh, dance concert.
Performance, charity event, large
It-
event.
Hmm.
Oh, I
If
have.
you would allow, since I haven't done my other project role, I would like to give Masters my other 2d6.
Would this be a 4 or a 5 box project?
I'm going to say it's a 4-box project if you just want to have it occur and be moderately successful. If you go for a 5-box project, I will say that it becomes a pinpoint and a pivot point for arts in Savannah and would become, in that way, self replicating. Something that occurs every year and people look forward to and discuss.
Mm-hmm. I think it doesn't make sense to go for a 5 since I imagine this benefit concert happening now. And I can, with the 2 from the Gwillums, that'll get me to 4, but I would not get to 5 until 1990 something or other. So I don't think it would make sense to wait for a 5. So I'll just go with the more
Okay.
modest 4
Mm-hmm.
because that makes sense. Okay,
That makes sense.
is so there'll be a really nice benefit concert that will be modest, will be modestly successful, raise, a couple $1,000s for the AIDS crisis in Savannah.
Mm-hmm. Can I get you to roll me a D100?
39.
39. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Since we use the joy of using Call of Cthulhu rules, you do succeed. A very prominent individual in the city of Savannah decides to support this event largely, publicly, attends, buys what amounts to a table. You know, he's just come off of his third murder trial for Will. And Jim Williams decides that he wants to support this for a variety of reasons. Which means he commissions a new suit from Luis, of course. And what about the Quans?
I think the Quan Sisters' big project is kind of overarching as a building is kind of like hardcore organizing like various others' rights groups into like kind of a larger like coalition like on the east. I would just say like instead of like coastal, I think we'll say like from like New York to like to the south sort of thing. That's where they
Trying to hit.
at least that's where Youngja kind of like operated.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say that it is possible to get let's say it's a 4 to establish this system. It'll be a 5 to hit all the major urban centers along I-95 corridor.
All right, first roll 13.
So that's 2.
Another 13.
So 4. Plus
And
2 left over. So
yes.
So you have it being established. It just hasn't. It's like the beginning of a P flag or a GSA.
I think I forgot if I had something from the previous. I think I had a holdover. I think
You probably do.
Yeah, from the previous season.
Oh,
that
yeah,
I know.
and you didn't. I'll say go ahead. You can go ahead and roll another d6.
Okay, another d6.
Roll another 2d6 because you weren't here for a couple sessions.
Yeah,
So that seems fair.
another 13.
I guess 13 is the number.
Yeah.
So
Seven.
that's a 39. Yeah. So you end up with a grassroots organization that has branches in every major urban center along the I-95 corridor.
All right, and for sure we will be sponsoring Masters, being as for that fundraiser as well. So that fundraiser, and we'll also probably be at least have a booth and sponsor of what was it, the festival for what was it, the Winter Festival as well.
Yes, the Savannah Riverwalk Winter Festival,
Mm-hmm.
Christmas market. There has been a discussion about whether or not it's the First Baptist Church or the synagogue that should be hosting the Santa meet and greet. The argument being that, well, the synagogue doesn't necessarily believe in the existence of Santa Claus, at least they'll be able to guarantee that the parents waiting in line are going to have themselves something refreshingly warm and alcoholic to drink, versus the Baptists, who don't. Been an interesting debate at civic ladies club meetings. Also, whether or not certain members of the Eldridge family should be engaged in controlling the waterways so that you could have, floats on the river. But it is Tuesday evening in December. The radio is playing. Michael Jackson is trying to figure out who that man in the mirror is.
Actually, on that note, I'd like to cut to earlier that morning.
I will let you cut to earlier that morning. Where are we going, sir?
Because I'm still kind of in that same mode from last night. I like cinema. We take a large series of pans over the city of Savannah. It is like daybreak. An instrumental of Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror is playing. And we see coming down I-95 a black Buick Grand National GNX. And
you didn't want a Coupe de Ville?
No. As we follow in this, again, we're spending so much money on this. This helicopter panning shot through the city of this car as it pulls its way down and into Carousel Court and pulls up at the driveway of the Gwillem house. We see the door of the car open. A man about 5'7" in height, wearing a polyester satin finish LA Dodgers jacket, carrying 2 paper bags full of groceries, goes up at a very early hour, so even the garage is closed of the Gwillem house, rings the doorbell. And Apollo comes down in bunny slippers and a bathrobe.
I must ask for everyone at home, is this a powder blue bathrobe or a 1980s Pepto-Bismol pink bathrobe.
The bunny slippers are the pink ones. The bathrobe is blue.
And just across the driveway, there's like a curtain at the Hardlane house like this.
Uh, and we see the door open with Apollo, the gentleman with the paper bags, backs still to us. And Apollo's 6'1". Again, to remind everyone, face claim Robert Mitchum, a young Robert Mitchum, looks down, and this is the first time I think we've ever seen Apollo's face racked in terror. What are you doing here, Lou? It's nice to see you too, brother. As we cut to a side by side, and I want you to picture a Moscow on the Hudson era Robin Williams. Do you want to have this conversation out here, or would you like to invite me inside? He backs up, and we've cut to, for about probably the first time in the entire series, the interior of the Gwillem house. So much wood paneling. Dark hardwood floors. The aesthetics of a more well-kept Addams Family house is totally there. And almost instinctually, Lou just makes his way straight towards the kitchen. As Apollo closes the door. So, what are you doing here, Lou? I'm making us breakfast. You know what I... Yes, I know. I thought I was going to do something pleasant for the both of us before the Inquisition. So why are... Did you really think you could hide them from me? You did a good job, all of you. You really did, as he's fumbling around in the kitchen. But they're waking up, whoever they are. I'm still the first, you know? I feel that. I don't think she's ready to meet you, Will. Well, whose mistake is that? Because I wouldn't be here if somebody didn't make a mistake, right? Are you going to keep bumbling, or are you going to tell me how you like your eggs? And that's where we cut.
Indeed. It's now later in the evening. The day has passed. I need 3 people to make me a roll. I need Persephone Ardeline.
Yes.
I need Youngja Juan. And I need either Luis or Ro Walters to roll awareness, empathy. All 3.
Oh, it's actually the only person who's good at empathy in the Ardeline house. Awareness, empathy, Persephone.
That is a 23 from Luis.
18 for Persephone.
So an 18 for you.
I'm just going to make a
18
D6
for
die
Young.
roll. Don't worry about it.
Hey.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That it will be relevant later.
Okay, good to know. I'll come back to that. I was about to ask Masters something in the near future. I have a very particular question for Masters. But the other 3 are kind of important. So why don't we start with the person who'd be closest, which would be Persephone.
Okay.
All day, Or correct me if I'm wrong. Persephone's 20?
She's 20 now. Yes.
Yes, 20. Such a bright young age. Does she have a boyfriend?
No.
Does she have a girlfriend?
No.
Because she's
I
just so
flipped the
busy
coin.
having a happy life, right? Just
There
like
was
a happy
two
life.
ways she was gonna go after the last episode, and I flipped the coin for it. Either she was gonna have all the boyfriends and girlfriends, or none of them. And it's the latter. So,
Good to
which
know.
is probably actually a little bit relieving for the parents and the houses involved. But yeah, no, she's had zero.
I don't think they should be relieved. I think they should not be relieved.
Oh.
That's
I
just
mean,
my feeling.
they're
but go on.
worried, a different kind of worried, but there's a type of relief
There's a type of relief.
that she's not dating literally the entire town. Yes.
Yeah, or getting caught in the backseat of a car.
Exactly. That's specific relief. That's specific
I
scenario
just
relief.
have like
Yeah, no
It's
special
no special.
someone in her life.
Today.
She did make a phone call to that hotline though at one point.
Oh, really?
She did.
Interesting. We'll come back to that because I want to know some more about that. But
Sure.
for the first time in forever,
Yeah.
there's magic in the air. for
Uh-oh.
Persephone. There's well, everything smells a little like Christmas. You can't escape a cinnamon broom for your life. Welcome to Georgia in any time after November 1st. It will smell like cinnamon brooms for the rest of eternity. But now it's sugar and pecan pie and peppermint hot chocolate. And her teeth hurt. Just a little. That upper jaw is just a little sore. Almost like when she lost her teeth. Little kid. But
Yeah.
something smells so good tonight. But she's aware that this is not normal.
Yes.
And that it occurred when that new car parked, or started occurring, when that new car parked next door at the Gwillem.
Yeah, Marta's been real interested in that. She saw it pull up last night.
For the Quans, correct me if I'm wrong, Young Ja, you had a very nice wind chime hanging in your backyard. Your dad put it up, right? It cracked. Right down the middle. Perfectly in half. There's a change in the wind. And even Youngja might remember a film that came out in the 60s with Dick Van Dyke trying, bless his soul, so hard to do a Cockney accent. And you felt, and he described how the winds from the east, change is coming. Savannah doesn't get wind from the east. Not really. Not unless there's a hurricane. The joy of being a coastal city on the East Coast blows westerly from the west. But today, winds from the east. That wind chime that's been hanging in your backyard your entire life, cracked right down the middle. There's a charge in the air. And I think even, correct me if I'm wrong, who's Youngjaw's daughter is 13, correct? Or
Mhm.
okay, Youngjaw's daughter who is 13. Every member, your daughter and your sister, feel like there's static electricity jumping from your hand.
Mhm.
And maybe just perhaps it was a little overcharged.
Mm. I think when Youngja goes and like picks it up, just kind of looks at it, is trying to put together what this means. I think she'll hear the phone ringing, and it's from her sister. Look at that.
She goes inside and answers the phone. The two of them have a conversation. Meanwhile, down the street, Louise Walters is, in this moment, both ravenously hungry and full up for the first time in existence. It's like you've heard described as somebody who had been at an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet for 12 hours. You could not eat another bite, but then they brought out the Peking duck, and you're like, oh, I shouldn't. Oh, I'm really hungry. I will make myself sick. But damn, that smells divine. And that is where you kind of pivot for a moment, because it does. It smells literally divine. But twisted. And you know that perhaps someone has come to town who you know will be both absolutely important, but you never want to meet face to face. Because, well, Umberto might be your grandfather. Some might say your ultimate granddaddy done come home.
Luis will call his dad and inform him of the feeling in the air. In which case, as soon as they hang up, Ro makes a call to his friend, a certain Irishman.
You can call him a priest. He is a priest.
You know,
Word priest.
he has many things. He has a lot of things in this life, you know? And honestly, I don't know half of them, so
I mean, he
you know,
hasn't.
not really my area of expertise.
There is finally like a little bit of salt and pepper in like the sideburns now.
I've only known him for a long time. I will call him up and be like, "Hey, this you?"
I'm assuming because you called me that was a hyperbole. Who else would you be expecting? Someone else? I mean, I'm me, but not you, and therefore I'm going to have to consider the fact that you called me. Were you intending to call someone else and expecting someone else? Because you called me and asking if it was me, and therefore, well, of course it's me. I'm the one you called.
Well, I just like to keep you on your toes, father. Who knows? Maybe I'm calling somebody else, and maybe I'm calling you. We may never know. However,
Well, I hope
the
you're calling me. Otherwise, this phone call is going to be charged to somebody else, and that'll be right. Is that wrong? I'll ask the bishop later.
that's for the billing company to find out. I'm calling on a part of an interesting feeling that has begun to permeate pretty strongly around here, and I just want to know if you have something to do with it.
Your feelings? I mean,
more well, me and you have been friends for a long time. It's more of the feeling of you're friends with one big guy, and I might not be friends with the other guy, but they're part of me, and I'm feeling that other guy a little bit, and
the devil has come to Georgia?
when did that song come out?
Actually, it came
A
out
little
in
bit earlier. He was
1970.
looking for a soul to steal, as a matter of fact.
It was 1979. I looked it up.
Look at you keeping up with the pop culture.
I like Charlie Daniels. Why is the devil in Georgia? God, honestly, things I never expected to say before I took this job.
That's what I was wondering if you knew anything about it, considering two sides, one coin sort of deal.
I've got a guy going on trial for his fourth murder trial in about 5 months. I've got being asked to mediate between the ladies of the First Baptist congregation and the synagogue about what should be happening with the Santa Claus. I don't know nothing about no Santa Claus, but apparently I'm the person who's going to mediate between the two church ladies and the ladies at the synagogue. This is going to be somebody owes me a drink or 6. And apparently still have to find an dead body in a river.
We still haven't found the body. Oh man, you got a lot going on your plate there, father.
So where's the devil so I can go and greet him and be all appropriate and civil like?
That's a wonderful question there, father. I mean, close. Yeah, he's close. I couldn't pinpoint. Everything in my being has kind of been like, don't go there. Don't find out where he is. But
so
I mean, I could
try
and figure it out.
You're saying.
Maybe in my vicinity. I don't know how far this feeling goes out.
Ask your fine lady wife if I can come to dinner.
Oh, odd question. All right. And he'll put the put the receiver down, stand up, and like go find Linda and be like, darling, can we have the father over for dinner? He's asking. And then you'll look at him and be like, yeah, of course he can come. He's always welcome. I'll make sure to put down another setting. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Tell him does he have any dietary, is he allergic to anything, or because I was planning on making some chicken, some roasted chicken, but like I could change that up if and as she's saying that, Rose going back and is like, father, you there?
Yes, of course.
Are you allergic to anything? Linda's gonna make a roasted chicken and she's just wondering if she should change that up.
Nope, I'll bring the wine.
All right, and Rob will put the phone down again and walk over to Linda and be like, no, he's perfectly good. He's gonna bring us some wine, and let me tell you, that man knows his wine. She's like, okay, all right, and then she'll just like continue on preparing the chicken. And then they'll go back and be like, all right, well, you've got a set in here at the house. Linda said you're always welcome. So, don't have to be a stranger, even though you're busy as all hell.
Apparently that's on my docket as well. And I have to go, if I have to go there, you're paying for my, honestly, you're paying all the tolls. And he'll be like, all right, I'll see you for dinner. I'll also bring your fine lady wife something nice, because she's a right lady. And she has to put up with your ass.
Well, that's mighty kind of you, Father. I look forward to seeing you later. Try not to get into any fights with some church women before you get here. Hang up.
So a priest is coming to dinner.
Yee.
So that's the answer to the question from the movie. Guess who's coming to dinner? It's a priest. Oh.
I mean,
it was a little known indie sequel.
Yeah. It kind of had a problem because they were going to release it in theaters, and it ended up not being able to be released in theaters. So it went directly to TV, but the problem is they put it right up against the pilot episode of In the Heat of the Night. And, your choice between the sequel of Guess Who's Coming to Dinner or In the Heat of the Night, honestly, we all know what the answer was. So, the priest is coming to dinner. What are I just have to ask, Masters Musgrove. Is it officially Masters Musgrove?
Yes.
Is it a very nice integrated M&M monogram on all of the dance company's paperwork?
No, it's just the Musgrove Dance Company is all just but I did roll a 6.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, whenever you roll a 6 on a 1d6,
Mm-hmm.
when you sleep, you experience an oracular dream.
Mm-hmm.
So, as a person with portentous dreams,
Mm-hmm.
I figured I'm leaving it over to you.
I have to ask this question. Is this Masters having portentous dreams, or is it his mother?
No, it's Masters. He cannot do magic. That's not. They don't really know so much about it. At least he certainly doesn't. Neither really does his mother, because they haven't really done that research. But generally speaking, the men of the family cannot do magic. Only the women of the family can. But sometimes men of the family can have prophetic dreams. But as one of the fellas, he does not have that sort of ability. His mother does not have prophetic dreams. She just scries on people and tries to ruin their lives. But that's a different thing altogether.
Yeah, it led to some complicated things that had happened, and the Jadajas is still, well, the term "bless her heart" was mentioned multiple times. But
I imagine there's some sort of off-camera war going on over there in ways that are not
every
relevant,
time Mrs. Susie Smith tries to get herself reelected for something, the widow Jadaja shows up to donate heavily to her opponent.
Yes, and Susie, of course, is working to destroy the Jadajas because she's sort of one of them evil villains, and so she's running around just trying to ruin them too. It's like there's a whole thing going on somewhere else in a different place. But,
yeah, it's happening a lot in Atlanta.
Masters.
It's stylish. It's film at 8, everything. News at 10. But Masters, have you had prophetic dreams before?
He has. They're not that big. It's mostly just I get a bonus die on one test. That's it. It's a
okay,
very
but you
mild
have
sort of
so you do, but it's the level of you have had them before. You are aware of their existence.
Yes, very rarely. They don't happen often.
Could you roll me a D100, please?
course.
I'm gonna tweak a little thing because of this.
A 1.
To quote
Great success.
Pope, I have news.
All right.
Would you like
Go on.
what? I have a very important question for Mr. Masters Smith. Oh no, excuse me, Masters Musgrove.
Mm-hmm.
You had a dream.
Yes.
You was taking an afternoon nap. Just sat down for a minute. Not really. You weren't really planning to take your nap, but it was one of those sit down to take your glasses off when you're looking at paperwork and rub your eyes, and all of a sudden, well, like every good Savannah boy, you're just gonna rest your eyes for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And then see you saw pillars of water on either side. A long walk in front of you. Fish of all varieties swimming those pillars of water. Master doesn't know it, but he starts moving. Well, the master's dream. Forward. And as you walk down this sand shore, you can smell the salt water in the air and feel the brine and mist as you walk by these giant pillars. You come to a small outcropping, hill, land, yes. And as you walk and step foot on this wooded shore, the pillars of water collapse behind you. Where it should be a giant thudding rush is silent. Everything around you is silent. You can hear your heartbeat. You walk forward. It beats, shifts, steadier, louder, louder. Foot steps on perfectly circular bit of grass. Stones mark cardinal points. There's a constellation above you in the air. Orion. And Sirius. That bright dog. Ever by his side. Streams downward and touches the easternmost point of that circle. As you look around, you feel welcome. This, master, is home. It always will be. There's something dark in the water. You turn to face the west, and there's a creeping darkness sensation rising in the water. Not a predator, not a shark. Those belong in the water. This not belong. You look further west, back to the lights. You can see river, lights of the city. There's a void, an empty. seems to suck all the light in around it. But it too seems natural. But what's in that water is. And masters, when you wake up, you know exactly what that circle is. And do with that which as you will.
Gonna go to rehearsal. Not quite certain what to make out of that. I'm gonna go to rehearsal. He's got a benefit show coming up, and doesn't really quite know what all that means. So he's going to do what you do, which is practical things. You go and do the work. You just try to make the world a bit better for other people if you can. Yeah. What he's going to do? He's going to go get to the studio and work with the dancers and try to get things together before the evening.
By the way, Masters, that extra die you have will actually carry over for 3 tests. Thank you for that crit success.
Get 1 though.
Yes, 1 die for 3 tests. You're going to have 1 die for 3 tests instead of 1 die for 1 test because of the crit success. Because someone decided to come to town and change a whole lot.
Well, if they're an angel, they might fix the problem, so that'll be nice. I guess hoping that this lovely person who's just going to fix the problem.
I'm sure he could. Well, they could. I'm sure they could if they wanted to. I just have to know what Persephone does. After, feeling an overwhelming desire to eat something sweet.
Well, she wants to eat something sweet, but their teeth are hurting. She's heard of this thing called cavities that some of the kids got, in school. And you're not supposed to eat sweet things when you have a cavity or something. So I think she just go downstairs, open the fridge, get a cup of ice and some carrots, like just crunch it out, Like she'd try like a carrot, and if it's too crunchy, then she'd go for something soft, like, oh gosh, I don't know, mashed potatoes.
Oh. I need to check a thing. What would this be?
Either crunchy or soft, one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously complain, because she might be 20 now. She's in a house with a bunch of mortals, so she she is mature, and she's also not as mature for her age in certain ways. So
can I get an endurance resilience, please?
Sure. From Persephone, an endurance resilience. You whoop. I forgot to do that earlier. 11.
As you bite down on that carrot, it hurts, but you don't like. You're like, nope, this is not gonna stop.
Nope.
Kind of level of like,
meh. Full on carrot back into the fridge like that.
It also like
chuck it.
You know when you have the worst sinus infection and nothing tastes good?
Yeah.
It tastes like that.
Mom! Mama, I think I might be sick. Which would immediately, probably a bunch of family would come in from that, because I don't think Persephone's ever been sick.
No, not yet.
Not a day in her life. Yep. And so I think Opal would immediately be like, all right, tell your father and Marta all about it. I'm gonna call the hospital. Specifically Mercer. Uh because it's still a rotary phone. It 100% is.
Yeah. Mercer picks up the phone.
Wait. Is it a rotary phone, or because I could see Opal and or Marta upgrading to a 1980s wall mount phone with the 20-foot, 30-foot long cord, so you could
There's
walk.
one of those too, but that's not the one in the hallway.
That's fair.
The one in the
That's
hallway
fair.
is the one from like the turn of the century still, and it was new and fancy, and you
Yeah.
the box, and you have to talk into it. Yeah, it's that.
No, the other one's in the kitchen, so that she can walk around the entire kitchen.
It's upstairs.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
upstairs,
there we go.
so you can. Yeah.
Dr. Groom speaking. How may I help you?
Mercer, are you alright?
I'm having a hell of a migraine. Opal. Nice to hear from you. What's going
Oh, I hate to add to this migraine, but Persephone said she's not feeling particularly well.
on? What?
I know. That's why I called. James and Marta talking to her in the kitchen. What is it, honey? Okay. She says that her teeth hurt and that nothing tastes good.
That
And
sounds more like a you side of things than an R side of things.
I'm just letting you. I just want to keep y'all in the loop. You understand what I'm saying?
I get and appreciate
She's
that.
only quarter, you know.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, when was the last time? Well, right. She's never been to a dentist.
No, she's never been to a dentist. No.
Like, if you want to bring her by tomorrow, we can maybe get some X-rays done and see if something peculiar shows up.
All right. Yeah, she said that everything tastes bad too. Like when I was working at Mr. Musgrove's office, people like when they would talk about having like a sinus infection, that kind of tasteless, nothing tastes quite right or tastes good kind of thing. And that is not related to tooth as far as I know.
Well, we don't usually get anything like that.
I
That
know.
sounds like a Marta question.
Oh, she does. Marta's never been sick in her adult life.
Yeah, but like, I mean, she's experienced,
I'll
changes
ask her.
in cravings. There could be something there.
I mean, she's talking to Persephone right now. I just wanted to keep you in the loop. Feel free to call the house if you think of anything. I'll bring her in tomorrow if she's still not feeling well.
Yeah, just
regardless.
bring her
Actually, I'll bring
by
her in.
first thing in the morning. I'll see about clearing some time. We'll run some
Okay.
X-rays and maybe draw some blood, run some standard tests.
Sure thing.
All right, just
feel better.
make sure she hydrates.
Okay. Hydration.
And if
both
she's
types, I'll keep her both types. Hydration.
Just Gatorade.
Okay.
And
Pedialyte.
No, if she's already complaining about taste, Pedialyte is just going to make your 20-something even more grumpy.
That we don't want that. No.
No,
All right.
just Gatorade, and try and make sure she gets some food, but I would put her roughly on a brat diet at this point.
All right. Mashed potatoes. Yeah. Gotcha. All right. I'll make some rice.
You take care of Opal.
All right. You as well, Mercer. Click. And then goes to make some mashed potatoes and rice.
There's a knock at the door.
Goes, oh, Marta, would you get that? I'm gonna get some Gatorade. We have some for the D&D night. And Marta will go through the door, leaving James to listen to his daughter's complaints. Dad.
She answers the door. She has never seen Apollo this well dressed. Literally hat in hand.
Apollo, you finally coming to court me? Is that what this is? I'm honored.
I wish that was what was happening, but that's not what's happening.
We could also be what's happening. What else is happening?
My brother is in town, and he would like the eldest brother is in town.
That does not sound pleasant.
No, and he is very persuasive and would very much like to meet all of you.
It's not really a great time for us right now. Persephone's having some sort of a toothache.
I
sinus
think it's
thing.
partly the reason why he's here.
Well, that's not good.
No,
When does he want to meet up?
now,
No.
now.
Like try to like look to see if he's like standing
Again,
right behind you.
Robert Mitchum is not a small man, like
Uh-huh.
6'1", broad-shouldered, and then you have to remember it's Robin Williams,
Uh-huh.
tiny, hairy man,
Uh-huh.
just
Like, look
peeks
around
out from
upon him.
behind. Hello.
Ah. Hello. One moment, please. And it's one of those, I don't close the door all the way, but you hear, oh! James. We have company from next door. Very distinguished company from next door. Hint, hint. We're meeting in the parlor. Shit, that's where the turtles are. We'll meet in the other parlor. Damn. Door swings back open. And that was probably all in Romanian. Or no, actually no, it was probably Latin. I'm not even gonna lie. It was probably
Oh.
Marta reverted to Byzantine.
A-
To yell
and-
at the family.
So it's
Um,
wait. Here's where I get to be a nerdy academic in my
Mhm.
field of subject matter. It's in Greek.
Mm.
Because
So-
Byzantium and the entire Eastern Empire
Yeah.
is Koine Greek, and
uh,
Latin would also have been taught, but her first language would have been
Yeah.
Koine Greek.
and
But her main language would have been taught from Luca, the predecessor, which would have been Latin. So
Yes, that's fair.
walking in,
please,
of the
coming
doors,
this way. Don't
door-
mind the turtles. And you walk past, and it's just again like 4 TV screens around a turtle tank, and just yeah.
in older Greek,
Mm-hmm.
Lou states, "You have a lovely home."
Thank you. We worked moderately hard on it. I guess it's not the best home, but it's fine. Kind of ways. Please to the sitting room. Would you like refreshments? We have Gatorade and cola, bottled water,
Bottled water sounds lovely.
bottled water. We also have. I think we have wine, liquor. James
No,
likes the liquor.
no. Bit of a teetotaler.
Bottled water for our guests. Apollo, would you like your usual?
I'm not having anything, thank you.
All right. I'll just bring them into the. This again. The sitting room looks like it's stepped out from when the house was built. Like it has not changed at all. There's the sitting couches, the nice rug, fireplace, etc. Hope would be there first. James, hearing any of that, would have immediately gone, wished up, like, to just freshen up a little bit, because this is his side of the family. With lightning on human speed, and then Persephone would be the last one to get pulled into the room. She looks less than thrilled.
As the family comes in and out, you will notice that neither of the two gentlemen have sat,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of who comes by.
Mm-hmm. And Marta will sit. Marta will just lounge as
By-
she usually does.
by all means.
And
Um,
just like offer like those are there if you want it to, like the main seats that the guests would have in the room.
We'll take them once everyone's here.
All right. And she pulls out like a bottle of something from the
Mhm.
sideboard, and I think I'm going to need this, and just pours herself a glass of a nice vintage.
When James comes in the room,
Mm-hmm.
there is this eruption
Oh
from
no.
the shorter one. Oh, hello, little brother. It's good to see you again. I hope you learned some things. Perspective's very important. So nice to hear about the extended family.
It just raises an eyebrow. Yeah. And then Opal would come in with Persephone.
Oh, look at you, so young. Um, I'm so sorry. I'm I'm Lou. I'm how do I put this? No, technically I'm an uncle. Um, maybe great uncle. It gets complicated. Uh, but
Hi. Nice to meet
hi.
you.
It is an absolute pleasure. I would have loved to have been by sooner, but the family is so secretive. Uh, so this has been a long time coming. Um, Unfortunately, because I didn't necessarily know even your name, I didn't know what to bring as a gift.
Oh, my name's Persephone. Sorry to be so rude.
Oh, don't worry about it at
Glances
all.
at Marta and Opal.
Don't,
Glances back.
don't worry at all. You're going through changes. It's complicated. Um, so no, nothing to trouble yourself with. Formalities are something that can be learned later. But I just really wanted to see the latest member of the family. I didn't even know this was possible. You also seem troubled.
It's fine. We weren't expecting company today, and it's just not my best day.
What's going on?
Persephone is going to make a check because Uncle Paulo never dresses this nicely. And she likes and trusts Uncle Paulo, and if he seems nervous, she's gonna be a little sus of this guy.
I would say
You
that's an
have never.
awareness. I say that's awareness empathy
Yeah,
to get
let's
a
see how this one
vibe check
goes.
from everybody in the room, kind of thing going on.
Yeah, she's just kind of vibe checking because this is weird. This is not. She was expecting mashed potatoes, rice, and to be spoiled a little bit. This is not how she saw the day going. And maybe see Uncle Mercer later. It's fine. Awareness, empathy, perception, 14.
Ooh. With that,
Her,
um,
her best stats will, if you
it
couldn't tell.
it's still remember base
Yes,
difficulty in the system's an
8.
eight.
8, yeah.
And you have a full 6 passed. Um, so from Lou, he seems very pleasant, a little ticked, but not
Okay.
at Persephone, just like
Who does he seem ticked at?
um James
That's normal.
and and Apollo.
Oh,
Um,
that's not as normal.
this is the
Members
first
of her family are often ticked at James for one reason or another.
you pick up
Um,
one thing
mm-hmm.
in your entire life. You have never seen your Uncle Apollo sweat.
Oh no. Okay.
He sweated.
Okay. She'll just make note of that. No, I'll just go, oh, it's nothing. Just a little toothache. Think I had too much peanut brittle yesterday. It being near the holidays and all.
No, that's not peanut brittle. That's that's something else. Again, this is new. This is all new. Um, and the last time this happened, Dad flooded the place. Um, but this is very new. Um, and well, Dad left. So it left all of us to figure this stuff out. Um,
Mm. You don't have to just say this. You can just say me. I know what you mean. I
no,
might be young,
it
but
it's not just you, it's the possibility of you. It's and it's nothing that you are in a unique situation in that everything is new and that a lot of things which others may try and blame you for will not be your fault, but you'll get the blame anyway. And for that, I'm very sorry, because it's not your fault. And you shouldn't be in this situation to begin with. You're innocent.
What's not my fault?
What's happening?
Like right now?
Mhm.
Which is, if you care to enlighten me.
Sort of a secondary puberty.
Oh. Man. She just looks like super bummed out. Like, that first one was bad enough.
Yeah,
Wait a
this,
second. And she like looks down at herself. She's like, am I gonna like, is it like a different kind of puberty, or am I just gonna get more curves?
I'm not entirely certain, to be
All
quite
right.
honest. I do know that there is going to be quote unquote growing pains. And no, none of us necessarily know what's going to happen. I only have, because I'm the eldest, have had glimpses of what could be.
Wait a minute. Is loose short for loose fur?
We like to have fun, and we like hiding out in the open. We all do. I mean, Apollyon, Apollo, it's just a thing. So yeah. By the way, most of the things that are written are incredibly inaccurate. But again, you probably
That's
know
what
that from
Grandma
you.
says.
Is
Yeah.
it just like gestures to Marta?
So she just is like, this is true. Like Persephone's like, that's nothing new. That Grandma says stuff's wrong all the time.
The big thing that main reason I'm here and I'm just worried, is I don't want you to have inherited any of the judgment I got from Dad.
What is that specifically?
And on that, we're going to take the break for the evening. So, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, even if we blip, don't worry. I've been recording this, so it will go up without any blips. I am going to play the wonderful ads from our very dear friend KY Hawkeye and his charming daughter, who have gifted us these beautiful ads. And I will just say that I, as a GM, I'm going to have to ask Lucy to make some rolls when we get back.
Oh, fun.
And I'm sure we're all looking forward to dinner. But take your time to stretch, bio, refresh, do all of those good, wonderful things, and we will see you in a hot second, everybody. Let's make sure this works. And see you in a minute, everybody. Wait, hold on.
Dramamine presents the Dramamine Holiday Travel Awards. The Drammy for Family Travel goes to the Luxmores of Galesburg, Illinois, after their family drove over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house without their stomachs turning over. Our international travel Drammy goes to Jenny Kreisman of Ypsilanti, Michigan, for flying to a warm climate without feeling cold and clammy.
Win your award. Take Dramamine before you take off. Trust it. Dramamine, overwhelmingly recommended by doctors and shamans who prevent motion sickness because they know it works. Use only as directed.
Morning, hun. Some coffee?
Thanks, Shirley.
I have a confession to make.
Well, just don't hold back because I'm a policeman.
First, how's the coffee?
Rich and fresh brewed, as usual.
It's Folgers Crystals.
How's that, ma'am?
I switched our fresh brewed brand with Folgers Crystals, like in the Folgers switch in those TV commercials, and you never had a clue.
Shirley, you have the right to remain silent. Right to an attorney.
Oh boy.
Try the Folger switch in your home and see if someone says,
Last name?
Same as yours.
First name Shirley?
It's Shirley.
Folgers Crystals, coffee so rich, shouldn't you try the switch?
Haverty's is selling every item, yes, every item, for 59 cents on the dollar. Buy $100 worth of Haverty's furniture for only $59. $500 worth of Haverty's furniture for only $295. Buy $1,000 worth of Haverty's furniture for only $590. 59 cents on the dollar. Open weekdays 10 to 8, Saturdays 10 to 6, Sundays 1:30 to 5:30 on Abercorn Street, across the street from the Oglethorpe Mall.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are. We hope you're refreshed, stretched, ready to dive back into part 2 of tonight's 1988 episode of Carousel Court. And I officially know the title is "Oh Shit, He Came to Dinner." Or "The Devil Came to Dinner in Georgia." One of those two. We'll come back to it. I'll workshop it.
Going down to Georgia. That's all you need. Keep it simple.
Yeah, he did go to Georgia. He went to Savannah even. We're gonna, while this wonderful tete-a-tete is occurring at the Ardeline home, I need to check in on a couple people. First, I need to check in on the Ardeline's next door neighbor, the Quans.
Yeah, this is probably a little bit like a few minutes, like same amount of time has kind of passed. Jungwoo was actually on her way to the house ahead of time, so she's there early. Talked to Youngja about this whole thing. Got that searing just feeling coming from a couple doors that way. And so she's going to make her way to the Ardeline's house and knock.
Opal is in the least amount of trouble here at the specific moment in time. And Marta cannot be bothered. She's opened the good vintage. So Opal will come to the door, looking more frazzled than usual, looking a little bit, a little pale even for her. Oh. Hello there. What can I help you?
She's gonna walk in. She's gonna walk in.
Yes, actually, we have come. Okay, what can I do for you this evening?
Does she see the rest of them?
They're like, you can hear there's voices talking.
She'll walk. She'll walk that way. She's kind of like she's
Okay.
kind of ignoring Opal at this moment.
Call your mother.
Wait. I feel like this is the important point because while we know what Youngja looks like, I don't think we've had a description of Jungwa since she's grown up, right?
Oh yeah, she's 13 now.
Yeah. Well, last time we saw her, she was 13.
That's Petra.
40s,
Petra's 13.
Petra, that's right,
Yeah.
Petra. Oh, yeah. There's been a hot minute since
they're kind of
it's
Youngja Jungwa looks more like surprisingly like the older sister, like just nice suit, kind of like hair that's kind of like 80s, kind of like it's short, but like it's kind of like part behind the ears and stuff, so it's like a nice part. Looks if you were to say between two, she would look like the older sister. Very serious.
As Jungwoo comes in,
Opal is like right on the heels, like I don't know what's happening.
She has big like 80s businesswoman energy to her. Like,
just shoulder pads.
It's 1988. Those shoulder pads are like an inch long.
Yeah.
There are also some
I don't think
sure.
the shoulder pads are because this was a home call at the moment, but like there's still like the nice coat and like
Oh, there's still shoulder pads in those.
Yeah.
You have bigger shoulder pads than Michael Jackson.
I mean, there were T-shirts with shoulder pads in them, and also sweaters with shoulder pads in them.
Yes.
I mean, you could like. I'm just saying, the shoulder pads and T-shirts were usually much smaller. To be fair, but I mean, I'm just saying.
Like we're in designing women era, and at the moment that Jungwoo turns the corner, Apollo, who's been holding essentially perfectly still, sat at the edge of the chair, sweating. Unnaturally, the head snaps to Jungwoo's direction. And in a language none of you can understand, As a tear goes down his left cheek, he says something to Lou. And Lou doesn't even look and just pats Apollo on the shoulder.
But Zhonghua, what do you do?
I think she takes out
The
of
room
her
is very tense.
she takes
Except for
she notices. Takes that into account. Takes out the bell, holds it out. I don't suppose any of you know what's going on.
Oh, I'm Persephone's great uncle. I'm just coming into town to visit. You must be the one that my brother here is looking after. I think that's the term.
Overseeing, but yes. Now that the instruction niceties are over, what's going on?
Again, family misunderstanding. I didn't know about my niece, and I'm just here to make sure that whatever the next step that is happening, and it's obviously happening, doesn't end up being an event.
Are we talking family, personal, local, national?
Well,
Head tilt.
Can I get...
given the state that I am, it's deeply personal. But also given that Dad seems to like to set us surprises, it could be biblical.
Can I get an awareness notice from Lou and a will? It's a will dedication or a will courage from Zhonghua.
Okay. All right. This is a statement, so I'm going to use a bonus dice for this. I'm going to use that bonus dice. I feel like this needs to be.
That's not necessarily Apollo. That's Lucifer, and that's 29.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
That is a crit because that's 2 6s.
Very good. Thank you.
16.
16. Good. These are not opposed rolls. These are not against each other. These are just very important because, to quote Sebastian Maniscalco, same corporation, different divisions. Zhonghua, you recognize, though, the being that is standing in front of you is some sort of divinity that is not tied in any way, shape, or form to your traditions, and therefore separate in a lot of ways. Lou is very aware of the complicated reality of the fact that creation spun into existence through multiple deviations and divinations and celestial beings at the same time.
He might give a speech right now.
And you are aware that the individual standing in front of you is a dedicated servant to another one of those celestial beings, and has been consecrated to them in a way.
Oh yeah. It's something that can become a problem, but he's hoping it won't be.
Yep. It's like, oh wait, same corporation, different divisions. Maybe we need a middle management conversation translator here.
I think I need to put out the, well, this country really likes its warning labels, so I should probably do that now. So there's been a great misinterpretation about my title and place in the world. I don't really rule anything. And part of the reason why I'm here is because there's a possibility, Persephone, that you could be a secondary cage.
A what now? What's the first fairy cage?
Hell.
Oh,
I'm Hell.
okay. And that would possibly make me.
Well, since Dad left, you may be a new purgatory or something even like, again, it's Dad. You could be super Hell. We don't know yet. Um, you could be, Heaven's waiting room. We don't know. But I don't necessarily want you to have, the nightmares and the constant guilt and wanting to run away from people. It sucks.
Okay.
Or when you end up actually getting cut, demons happen. Um, that's not fun. And
Don't sound
sometimes
like
just
it.
possessions when somebody hits you in the nose and you start bleeding.
Looks at Dad, Uncle Paulo, Mom, and then again, like does like a weird like second glance to Jungwon, like why is no one doing anything? Why is she still here? Doesn't say anything.
Yeah,
She's the baby in the room.
Apollo is still sweating and actually looks guilty at this point.
Mm-hmm.
There is a giant look, like he's not even looking at them, but his face just is worth 1,000 words.
Does not make Persephone feel better.
So I wanted to meet you to make certain that, one, you're not suffering, and two, if you are and side eyes Jungwall, a great existential threat, that we can take steps ahead of time to keep bad things from happening.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that.
No.
Glances around the room.
And would these solutions to this existential threat be limited to looks at Persephone only?
Well,
this isn't a cleanse everything.
Oh, no. I don't.
Or cleanse the area. Cleanse.
I don't do cleansing. There's been so much misinformation, but I also leave that up to Dad. He could have corrected a lot of things before he left, and my other brothers and sisters and siblings they hold grudges, and
that Persephone just nods enthusiastically. Like, yeah, they do.
And a lot of things have been painted with an awfully broad brush, and that's even not even touching on humanity's myriad problems and the isms. But this is more of we're in a new frontier. We don't even know if you're mortal, like if you can even die. We don't know how you are going to age. We don't know anything. Like, you could be fine. You could just be part vampire and just heal well. We don't know.
Glances again at Jungwon at the word vampire, like the cat's out of the bag, but doesn't say anything. Just looks like
But we don't know what's going to happen.
Right, so we're just gonna monitor the situation.
Well, I would like to be a bit more around, even though my brothers and sisters aren't necessarily fond of my presence. And they have their reasons, because again, I can be accident prone, and there is some folks that are very well meaning, and again, I get cut by something or burned or anything of the sort, and that's how many bad things end up in the world. So I don't want you to have the same feeling of needing to, be in a bubble. But at the same time, if the next time you have a nosebleed and a dragon shows up, we need to be ready.
Okay. Yes. That can happen.
Again, I'm just using
Just
philosophic at this point.
spitballing.
Yeah.
Just, yeah,
No,
all right.
the last time the dragon incident happened, that was like pre-Christ.
Well, right now all I've got is a toothache, and I really want sweets.
Do you want sweets?
That's what I mean, a sugar cookie sounds real good right now, or like some pudding. 'Cause that's soft.
Just like gives you that look, then looks
like,
over
I've
at
tried-
Marta.
She's like, I've tried that before. That's not what I'm craving.
And on that, we're gonna pan over to the Walters house because we need to ask. Because a priest has come to dinner.
Oh, he sure has. Father something or other.
Father Fitzroy.
That's right.
It's Father Fitzryan, not Roy. I keep wanting to call him Fitzroy for some reason. I created the character. His name is James Fitzryan. There's a very particular reason why he has that name, and we might find out. But Father Father Fitzryan is knocking at your door.
Ro will finish setting the table and head over to the door to let the good old father in. We're like, hey, nice to see you. You clean up nice.
Yeah, he's
question.
still wearing a black suit and Roman collar. Yes.
There are two different houses, right? You've got the house with Ro and Linda, and Umberto has like the in-law little mini in the back. And then the other property is where Luis lives. Is that Luis and his wife live? Yes.
No, Umberto lives in a condo maybe downtown.
Wow.
Luis lives on the corner by himself. Yeah,
I'm so
and
sorry. I'm sorry to bring that up. I mean, you mean she didn't
well,
just,
I can't believe.
just
Ooh.
come. Oh, okay. Oh, awkward. I mean, she didn't show back up again.
He lives by himself, but is he still married?
You know, that's a great question. And Ro and Linda live in 17 with their dog, Firu, still.
How old is?
Through like the 7th?
You know, yeah, that's a great question.
Well,
you know,
they're
all Firu.
He's
You know,
a very divine dog. He's a very particular type of dog. He lasts. But Father Fitzryan.
And this dinner does not have Luis in it. I just want to know where all the Walterses are.
No. Luis is alone in his home at the moment.
So Luis is next door.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Father Fitzryan has come to dinner in a black suit with a Roman collar. He's not wearing a cassock or anything. He's just wearing a black suit and jacket with a Roman collar. He's a very nice looking individual. There's a little bit, just a touch of salt and pepper at the sides now. And as he walks in, he hands you a foil wrapped bag of a bottle of some sort. He hands, as I promised, something for you. And then as he sees Linda, he will walk over to and kind of half bow and says, "And for the fine lady of the house, a gift for the house and a gift for the lady." As he hands her a bottle of white wine, Jordan, and Chardonnay, and no, It's Ryan. He wouldn't do that. He hands her Domaine Chablis, Domaine Baron Rothschild Chablis, because it is 88, and we want both the Chablis and the Baron Rothschilds at this point. He hands her a bottle of Chablis and also a small package wrapped just in like brown paper with a little eye across it for her. Like, this is for the house and this is for you.
Ro will take a sneak peek at what Fitzryan brought him before putting it down on.
He bought you a bottle of Woodford Reserve.
Ooh, he'll put it over on the liquor cart. Oh my god, just words today. And Linda will look at the wine and the small box and be like, "Oh, thank you so much, Father Fitzryan. You did not have to do such a thing, but I appreciate it nonetheless." And she will go in to the kitchen and place down and find like the wine. Man, I just today, let's just not use specific words today. She goes to open the wine and she says, "Feel free to sit down. Dinner is ready as soon as you guys are." And Ro will come up and pat the father on the back, and it's like, "She makes a real good roast chicken. Come on now, let's go sit down."
Mm-hmm. The roast chicken is why I came, and not the presence of the Satan down the street.
Oh, so you're feeling it too. Good to know we're not going crazy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nope, we're having dinner, we're having a chicken dinner, and that's what we're focused on. And you can help me find an undead body. That's what we're focusing on. Chicken dinner, but we're not upsetting your fine lady wife. Chicken dinner. And we're not discussing anything else other than this very fine dinner you're serving, Mrs. Walters, as she sits down and like kind of turns to address Linda in that moment.
It's like, well, we'll have the fun conversation over dinner, and then we can have whatever conversation afterwards. I did hear about some select women from the Baptist church down the road wanting to have a conversation with about no, we're not talking about that. That's fine.
We can talk about that. We can talk about the fact that the ladies at the synagogue have apparently won out, and they're going to be hosting the Santa Claus to ensure that the fine parents who are standing in line waiting to meet the Santa Claus are going to have themselves a beverage of their choice. Meanwhile, the ladies at the First Baptist Church are going to be arranging all of the music. Be prepared for recorders.
I'm sure they're gonna try their best. It is it'll be interesting.
They want to have the youth group do the music.
Who hasn't been to their child's first concert in this city? What time are they going on? Just asking for a friend.
Oh no, they're going to record it and play it on the hour, so they don't have to have the little kids standing out there being cold. You left me alone with the church ladies, Ro Walters.
I'm a busy man, Father. What can I say? I got businesses left and right I gotta manage. We can't all be managing a gaggle of women.
Oh, I don't claim to manage a gaggle of women in any way, shape, or form. I'm not that suicidal.
And at this point, everything's been served out. The wine has been poured.
You set a mighty fine table, Mrs. Walters.
And I cannot take all the credit. That's the Ro. I cook. Ro sets the table.
There's this brief oh right, that's not the Americanism. That's the okay. No, the chicken looks really nice, Mrs. Walters.
It's like, thank you so much, Father. I'm sure you don't. What kind of meals do you get up there at the church?
Depends which of the church ladies have decided to feed me this week. And as long as it's not Mrs. McClellan, life is grand. She's apparently
I have heard.
She has apparently decided that southern living and vegan lifestyle is the way to be going.
You know, bless their hearts. They are so loving about, the environment and the animals, but I feel they were probably put here for one reason or another, and I have to assume that maybe eating them was one of them. And who am I to go against nature in such a way?
I wouldn't necessarily object as long as she could actually cook, but the woman can't even fry an egg. Well, I guess she can't fry an egg anyways because she's a vegan, but, Look, I've lived in Savannah for a good long time. I understand the appeal of greens. This woman can't even do that right. Oh, but then again, she's gone vegan, so she's leaving out the ham hock anyways. But she can't put a corn on a cob.
She is, I'm sure her family loves her to bits. And we'll look over to Ro, and Ro will continue with, you were recently out of town. What were you up to this time?
Wait, sorry, was that to Linda or to Father Fitzryan?
To Father Fitzryan.
I was called back to the Vatican to give an accounting of certain procedures that are happening at various hospitals in this country, and whether or not it is ungodly or unseemly to even be encouraging a proliferation of the undead. To which His Worship, the Pope, has decided this is beyond his bullshit and he doesn't really give a crap, but he does want to be seen to be given a crap, so I go back to the Vatican on occasion.
They really, they really do be asking you a lot of things, a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. I mean, I could see it. The stress is getting to you. I see you getting a little bit of gray out there on the sides.
Oh, yeah. Have to look distinguished for the parishioners.
That's one way to put it, that's for sure. And Ro will pour himself a second glass of wine and ask Linda if she would also like a glass, and she waves it away. And we'll also ask the father if he would like another glass or to be topped off.
Oh, well, if you're pouring, I appreciate it, of course. It's a very nice French Chablis. For those of you who don't know, Chablis is a very dry white wine. The term's flinty, green apple. It's produced in an area called Chablis, and any Chardonnay that comes from the Chablis region is a Chablis, and it's the chalk hills in the Chablis region make a very distinctive flavor of wine. Also, in the 80s, it became really popular in the United States because certain individuals on certain TV shows that may or may not have been favorited by certain members of this particular cast were well known for favoring that particular vintage. Just saying.
As they, get down to about like half a glass, Ro will be like, well, Father, what am I gonna owe you at the end of the night for all of this?
You provided a fine welcome in your home and a fine table for me to eat at. You owe me nothing, Ro Walters. Your lovely, charming wife provided a wonderful meal. Also, if she could maybe convince Mrs. McLean never to cook again, I would be in her debt for eternity, but that is a side issue. I, apparently, and you are going to take a walk down the street.
Ro will get up and start helping clear the table, and we'll be like, that sounds like a mighty fine idea. And then it's like, we'll look over to Linda and be like, just gonna take a quick little walk. Well, I'm sure we'll be back in a jiffy. And they will, and he will make his way out after the last plate has been, placed in the sink.
As the two of you leave, he turns and he says, "A blessing on your house, madam. May you never want for anything, and may you live long enough to never have a fear of living in want." And walks out. Can I get a awareness notice from Linda?
Oh, okay. Awareness notice. Um, oh, a 9.
A 9 is a success. It almost like whenever the ceiling fans kicked in, right? We live in Savannah. Y'all live in Savannah. There's a ceiling fan in every every public room and every bedroom. There's a ceiling fan.
Runs 24/7 until you have to clean them and then you turn it off for 5 minutes to do so.
Exactly. And this is an existence that happens. Just like one of the ceiling fans kicked on for a minute, and just there was this, like the air was just a little fresher for a minute.
Linda will go and grab a shawl to put over her shoulders as she gets to putting away dinner.
Mm-hmm. And as you and you and Father Fitzryan walk down the street, we're gonna pan the camera with the camera tracking shot down the street. Gonna lead towards the Ardeline house. In Zhenghua, I have a question for you. When Lou mentions the possibility of this child going nuclear and or possibly engaging the nuclear option to remove this child from existence without her going nuclear, what do you do?
Look at Lou and we'll just... I suppose with all your experience, this will not have any complications, no matter which way it goes.
I can't guarantee that. I can't. Again, this is so new because last time this happened, it was very specific. They did not look like Persephone. They were big, very big. But it was specifically a specific choir and specific humanity. So kind of stayed similar. Like, how do I put this? They were all Dallas Cowboy linebackers, really fancy ones.
He just looks at you like that.
They
That
all looked like
you can
Peter
tell
the
that reference
Great.
just did not register at all.
Mm-hmm.
This is the wrong version.
Like, takes a moment, goes, like, registers for a moment, just the thought crosses his mind, right, foreign finishing school. Peter the Great. They are all at least about 7 feet tall and thought that they could blend in with humanity.
And His Highness has multiple interests in the area. Savannah, one of them. Wider.
Oh, I'm certain everybody out there, every divine has ties to this realm.
Not this realm, this place. How much of an issue is this going to be? I have to depend on how many calls I'm going to have to make.
Oh, bless your heart.
What kind of calls I'm going to have to make? And also
you're
whether or
having
not
a
I
me-
should, and also whether or not I should take my sister, my mother, and my niece with me back home.
Oh, I do not want to cause incident as much as it would delight me for some of you. But honestly, um, as long as the church doesn't get involved, we should be fine. The thing is,
Hello, the house, and all the fine folk within.
And this is when Marta goes, no.
More.
Absolutely not.
you speak of the devil and then they arrive.
I'll get this one. Stephanie, hold this. You can have a sip. And then, like, leaves. It goes through two opal and walks out to the front door.
Like as the walking out, like every time. Do you know why Oklahoma has so many tornadoes? It's the Catholics. And
Probably not wrong. Look, the rest of the Bible Belt don't have a whole lot of them. There's a reason. So Father Fitzryan is knocked firmly on the door and announced himself, but has not opened it. He's polite.
Marta opens the door and just says no.
Hello, Mrs. Ardeline. Might I speak with your guest?
Not in this
Vanishing
house.
priest.
I can send him your way when you are done.
He kind of like cocks his head, almost as if he's listening to something, and looks around. Looks down. I'll just wait. Thank you, though.
All right. Thunk. And then opens. Oh, hello, bro. Clunk.
Hello, Marta. Nice
Marta
to
has
meet you.
one rule. No priests.
No
in the
priest.
house.
I wouldn't figure him for a boxer's man, but good on him.
So the thing is that actually the mythology was misunderstood. People thought it was that vampires cannot enter a house unless they're invited, but it's actually vampires will not invite a priest into their house. It was a, it was just a misunderstanding.
It's common misunderstandings. We like to perpetuate some falsehoods. And Marta will just say, "There's a priest on the front porch who wishes to speak to our lovely guest."
No,
takes the bottle back.
Let's clarify. There's a priest on your front porch that wants to cause a demon incident.
He wants to talk to you specifically. I don't think it's all of you.
incident.
Probably
Yeah,
you're
that-
practically family at this point.
That usually involves me with being stabbed, and then bad things happen.
Well, you don't have to walk out onto the threshold. I said he's not allowed in the house. If he
Bro,
does,
have I threatened to stab anyone?
is he in my fucking house?
No.
Okay, good.
He's talking loudly outside your house, but he
Oh,
is not.
that's fine. He's
in
not
your
in my house.
This seems incredibly under control.
Yeah, anything involving the church usually ends up this way. This is why I stayed in America, out of Europe. Oh,
I swear he's nice. He's a nice fellow.
I have one rule.
I mean, that's fine. I'm talking to your guest.
Fine.
Also, at least pretend you're a little younger, Marta, please.
I am a young and luscious. Fuck, how old am I supposed to be right now?
23.
No, I think I'm a little older.
How
than
old is
that. I think it
Masters?
was-
How old is Masters? Right? Because
25.
I believe she's supposed to be younger than Masters.
yes.
No, well,
Yes.
he's
He's
supposed
25.
to.
Yeah.
But he's,
Okay,
he's
then she
suppo-
is 23 or 24. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm
'Cause
like
it
a
was-
young 23,
it's-
24. I don't think she pays attention enough to remember
No.
the exact, no.
No,
The 20,
Well,
that's
they're
20
about-
something.
they're-
it's
I
20s.
I think they're exactly the same age.
Yeah, no, they're exactly the same age because she ended up going to
25.
her,
Yeah.
her
right,
senior
high school.
year when Masters was
Yes.
doing a senior
How
year.
does Master?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it could
yeah.
be
Stephanie
so
goes
it could
25.
be 25 or 24, right? Like depending on
Somewhere around
Uh-huh.
there.
Yeah.
Good quarter century old. Baby. But,
Um, but no, it's more along the lines of outside influences that can cause a incident. Uh, most of the stuff that happens internally, even with the other side of the family that comes down, they like this place. They don't want. They also know the rules. That's why they don't hurt me.
Learn rules.
There are many rules. Um, we don't hurt one another.
Persephone has a memory thinking back to when she got mad at Uncle Apollo once and threw a wrench at him while he was working on a car, and is like, "Oops."
We don't hurt each other. Like we barely even call each other names. Because the last time that we really fought as a family, bad things happened.
Right. Okay. Noted.
Also,
Did you want to talk to Mr. Beast?
I really don't.
Okay.
I think at this point, what was it? Zhonghua will just kind of wave at Ro. It's like, "Hello, Miss Walters."
Like through the window, I'm just
Yes,
like,
Yeah,
just through the window.
It just opens the
curtain.
The
I
curtain.
think she was intending
It's
to
like-
talk to him at some point.
Hello, Mr.
as the
before this
window like
nightmare thing
opens,
happened,
like
yeah.
he can't prevent it. His hand just throws the bird, and then just grabs the hand and puts it down.
For the
Like,
record,
hi,
in the
nice meeting
background,
you.
in the background, not anywhere, like you just see in the background Masters walking down towards
to
where
Luis's house.
Luis's place with food. Like he's coming back from, like, he's been out practicing and doing rehearsal, and he's probably got like a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken because it is 1988. So he's got like a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken,
Oh,
and like he's got his takeout, and he's not even paying attention to any of that. He's just heading on down in the background, just like way in the distant. You can see him just walking by on the way past.
Loud yelling back and forth through a door? Yeah.
John
Oh, and
Wall.
he's probably listening to like music on a Walkman.
He's got Walkman.
Yeah, he's got a walk.
Yeah.
It's the classic 80s street pan of one of the it's the scene in Stripes, right? It's the scene in Stripes that's been parodied from everyone, where it's the fight scene is happening in front and the guy in the background has got the headphones on and is
the full
scrubbing
cans.
the car and has no idea that there's a full-on brawl happening behind him.
Yes.
That is
In this case, there's like Satan. There's all sorts of stuff happening over there, and like and Masters has been like practicing with the troupe. Has got Kentucky Fried Chicken is like carrying multiple.
Is he
sort of,
dancing with the Kentucky Fried Chicken a little bit?
No, he's just like
Just bopping?
bopping a little bit. He's just bopping as he's like heading down, and there's that he doesn't even know. Just heading down to go and see his bud.
God,
in the
if
background.
Petra knew this was happening, she would be mad she wasn't like.
Oh, of course.
I just
unaware.
for my own headcanon, it's the Footloose soundtrack that he's listening to. And yeah, no, I love this.
And he's completely unaware of all of that. He's just like got it, it's just, and there's like it's the big bucket, because it was back in the day when they still give you just like huge amounts of everything for not a lot. And so he just has huge amounts of fast food as he's I'm sorry.
Street.
This is important. I do need to say that because we're not going to be in the 80s anymore. He is wearing leg warmers and also a sweatband.
Of course.
around his
Oh,
ankles.
and because he just came from practice, I am assuming he has wrist sweat guards as well, and possibly a slightly off the shoulder, oversized sweatshirt that he's wearing because he was literally just came from practice.
This is 80s dance. It's the sweatshirt, or it's a t-shirt that has had the collar cut off.
Yes. But it's December, so even in Savannah, it's probably a sweatshirt at this time of night.
If people in chat want to know, just go watch like the trailer for Perfect, John Travolta, Jamie Lee Curtis. There's going to be some of that going on, and he's heading in that direction, not paying attention to Satan, and like the reenactment of, I think it's The Omen might be happening, but he's just listening to his Walkman.
Oh, it's not The Omen. Although when Zhonghua waves out the window and Lucifer begins to flip off the priest, The priest doesn't react to Lucifer. He does, however, nod politely to Zhenghua as a greeting. It's like, greetings, madam. Look, it's late. I'm tired. I want to go home, and I still have to deal with an undead body floating around the river. Can you please let the gentleman that's not a gentleman...
Does a quick head count? Okay.
No, none of yours, Mrs. Ardeline. Can you please let the gentleman that's not a gentleman, as in the sense that he is not exactly a man in any definition of the term, know that I would appreciate a moment of his time. Thank you.
Use a shrimp boat. And it just goes back.
Not in Savannah.
You want to find the body? Use a shrimp boat.
Not in Savannah. It's on the river. You can't get it up the river as well. You need a mudder, not a shrimper.
Depends on the model. Again, we're in the 80s. It's not the 90s where they go to the huge boats.
This is true.
But yeah. Now, again, barring well-meaning mortal interference, should not be an issue. It's just we don't know a lot, and I don't know how all of this interacts, because we can eat. Some of us don't like to, but that's a thing. And some of us are far more durable than others. He looks over at Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
But also, given your heritage, pointing at James, you're more earthly. So, like, even that's new.
Right.
Like, do you have very strong feelings towards anybody?
What kind of feelings?
Like, very, like, strong committal feelings? Like, you need to look after this person, you're deeply invested?
I don't need to look after them.
So that's a yes.
No, I'm with Sister Zone.
Oh.
She says really loudly and very impudently, and then like realizes. Besides,
Yeah.
he likes great grandma. And looks over at Mark, shoots Marta the dirtiest look. Marta just.
He just looks at Apollo. He didn't tell me that.
I would like to let you know what's happening outside on the porch for this moment. Because Father Fitzryan, who was standing politely at the door, at this point has slid one of the porch chairs to in front of the window and is just leaning forward going, y'all, you can gotta get this in surround sound. He kind of like leans over to Moreau.
God, it's so good that, like, what was it also that Master's
Petra.
wearing the headphones.
Master's wearing headphones. Petra's not here.
Can't hear Sister Zoned.
It just
Just
echoes
like-
to the neighbor. Sister Zone, Sister Zone.
Then he's like, highway to the danger zone. And he just like,
Zone.
And
Foul temptress.
And the Sister Zone resonates clearly for a good distance. It is very loud.
so that
and he doesn't even hear it.
that
No.
may
Nope.
be normal mortal feelings, or that could be your charge happening.
Now what?
James is a guardian.
Like a legal guard? Who's he guardian of?
Guardian angel.
Oh. She looks at Dad like, Dad, why didn't you ever tell me that?
No. Oh no.
Dad, who you guardianing for?
James just kind of looks towards Opal.
Oh. I don't know if Opal knew this. Oh, Opal is just gonna whoop go. But I do.
Or takes out a packet of like peanuts he had in his pocket, and it's just like it starts eating them, offers them over to the father, sitting next to him, just like that's really good.
So, yeah, it could be that since
Looks
there
like he's
is
on half
apparently a
human. Just a
tendency.
James. Like, oh, you. I don't know. Half humans got guardian angels.
Again, new world, new rules, new tendencies. Um, like I can't even imagine the paperwork in some celestial bureaucracies. They must be having such a time.
Yeah, James was like,
But yeah, no, that may be just normal feelings. It may be more than that.
Well, I kind of want to punch him in the face. So if I don't know if that clears anything up.
Oh, that is definitely something that, depending on the individual, because I know plenty of my brothers, sisters, siblings who are now down here because World War One happened.
Oh, I didn't punch him in the face. I did not heal him for like 3 months in D&D though.
Still unclear. We're going to need a very potent magic 8-ball.
Right. Well, I'm supposed to get X-rays and stuff tomorrow with Uncle Mercer. So that'll help clear some things up.
Hopefully, the mad scientist will give us some answers.
She's never heard him referred to as a mad scientist. It's like, what? A little tickled by that.
So we'll see. But it's more along the lines of you're going to be feeling a lot of things more so than normal.
All right, fine. Guess I'm gonna put college on hold a little while longer.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. Putting a bunch of knowledge into your head might be a good thing.
Yeah?
Yeah. Just might want to be nearby.
Fine, all right. Let's think about Lagrange, but whatever. I'll leave Savannah.
Because distractions are useful. Otherwise, you end
Okay.
up in Alaska reading War and Peace multiple times, and you don't want to do that.
I don't. I know.
Nobody
Great grandma
wants-
made me read it once. That was enough.
Nobody wants to read it more than once.
Not even once.
So, no, you need more stuff to do. Please pipe down, Statler and Waldorf.
Does that make me Sattler or you, Waldorf?
I don't know. I feel like you're a little bit more of a Waldorf.
And
That's fair.
this further confirms that I am Kermit the Frog.
As long as you're not Miss Piggy.
No. Kim is Miss Piggy, and we do not upset her.
Fair.
And Apollo, for the first time, breaks his quiet and just solemnly nods in confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Does that make Uncle Paulo Gonzo?
no.
Animal?
He does not have feelings for chickens.
We do not judge anybody else's consensual relationships with any species, as long as they're consensual.
He's more of an Uncle Deadly. So, yeah. No, and Dante's an animal. Another solemn nod.
I see it.
So, no, we just want to make sure that you're okay. Also, if you start looking at people and hearing things or experiencing any sort of burning sensation,
Okay.
that's a bad sign.
All right. I'll let you know.
Also, you might want to have a dream journal.
Okay. She has a look on her face that says, I totally don't already have one of those.
Because
And no one should read it. That's the look on her face right now.
that can give you indications of whether or not you're not alone.
Okay.
It's very vivid.
All right, then. Maybe you should just like make a manual. Like, here's a list of things. This is a
We
lot.
did that one time. 3 nations fell. So we don't do that anymore. It's an
All
oral
word of mouth now. Okay. All right. Well, I guess you're going to be living next door then for the foreseeable future, you say?
I really hope not. This place is crawling with people that have the wrong ideas about me. I do not grant immortality.
There are a lot of
I do
people who don't
not
like
take
you
people's
here.
souls. That is not my bag. That is the stuff of what comes out of me.
This is true, by the way. This is bad interpretations of the Satan is rampant in the South. You wouldn't believe it.
What does he play, a fiddle? Or was that one? Do you think that one's true?
It wasn't a fiddle, it was a cello contest, and the guy cheated.
You know, I had my
You
money
cheat against the devil.
It happens more often than you think.
Is it cheating if you could just play better than the gentleman, though?
Ooh.
Not when he kicks you in the balls halfway through the concerto.
If you could manage to get to your ball, and he just kind of leans over and goes, if you manage to get to your balls while he's playing a concerto of a cello, you're not doing something wrong with that cello. Just setting that out there. Like, just, you're holding it wrong, you're doing something wrong with that cello.
Play one guy because he really wants to impress his girlfriend, and all of a sudden everything's gone to hell.
Or at least it didn't go in a
Is
handbasket.
it technically hell?
I guess. I mean, hell is in a state of
Turn
being.
the phrase!
It really seems like you want to talk to the people on the front porch at this
I really don't!
It sounds like you're already doing that, so why don't you stand on this side of the threshold and speak through the door if you're so concerned? I'd already said you can't come in the house.
No, because Catholics are, it ends up in 2 ways. I get stabbed, or they use the mumbo jumbo, and I end up somehow owing the church a favor, and I hate this.
I solemnly swear not to stab you tonight.
That hasn't prevented things in the past. I remember the Renaissance.
Which one, though?
The good one.
Oh, the Italians. Always the best.
The other thing they did not cover in the history books is just how much the English smell.
Of course they didn't. They're all written by the English. And he kind of takes, he reaches into his pocket, inside lapel pocket, and pulls out a flask, drinks one down, offers it to Ro.
Also, whatever you do, do not move to Utah.
I wasn't planning on moving anytime.
Mormons are cursed.
That's what Grandma says.
It's more than a curse. It's a condition.
They are also actually
cursed. Linda.
Nicer things.
Yeah, but you weren't planning to go to Utah for any reason, right?
No, God, no. I want to go to that godforsaken place.
So, no, that I will be in the greater neighborhood because Georgia's not a place to stay.
Okay.
I might
Uncle
go to the
Paula's
Keys.
gonna stay next door?
Yes, he is. Barring misbehavior, he is on permanent station due to certain agreements.
Yeah, it was
Stephanie looks like this is
wedding.
the first good news she's heard all day.
So, no, your Uncle Apollo is going to stay very close by, and you're going to call me when I give you my number, right? Another solemn nod.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So no, this is primarily all that I wanted to do. I now have your address, which means for the holidays you will get the occasional gift, pending where am in the world. I will try and keep up with postcards, but just be careful.
I'll do my best.
Good. It's been lovely meeting all of you. I wish it was under far more pleasant circumstances and decades earlier.
So everything
To be fair,
for
she's
now
only
is
had 2.
taken care of.
Um, barring what our mad scientist brother finds out tomorrow, yeah. Just if you get urges, try and deny them until you find out what they're about.
Okay. To which Marta goes, here, smell this. If this smells really good, we'll know something's changed. And she'll like hold out the bottle again.
Can Persephone make me an awareness notice?
Sure. Awareness. Whoa, that's athletics. No, stop clicking the one above it. Mouse. Okay. Awareness notice. Not her strong suit compared to the rest of her family. She's a little spoiled. She's looking at 16. So,
It does not smell really
2
good.
6s.
It smells okay. I mean, it smells better
Kind of like it's always smelled.
kind of like it's always smelled. Well, it's a little bit better smelling because it is vintage.
It's vintage.
Alcohol thrown into
it was a prime. Yeah, okay.
So it's a little bit better, but it's not like you actually want to drink
it's basically about the same. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just there.
It smells about the same. I'm not gonna be like, oh, good. She's fine.
Oh. No. He just like, and he leans in for the first time towards Persephone. Gives you a very hard look.
And she would lean in as well because she's a willful child.
He snorts and sniffs.
Have Lou roll me an awareness notice, please. And I guess Persephone can make me another awareness notice. You know,
Sure.
you got snorted in the face.
I did. I snorted right in the face. 18 to get better and better.
I will answer 2 questions for both of you.
What is she actually craving?
Hot blood.
Is there other taint to her person?
That just seems so misapplied, the word taint right there.
Is it more than A, B, and C? Is there a D option?
Yes, there is a D option. She doesn't smell a whole lot like vampire anymore, and she sure doesn't smell like a fall. Or even a Nephilim. You remember what those smell like.
Yeah.
Doesn't smell like that. Should smell like that. Doesn't smell like that.
So what am I craving out of that? Because we already knew that one. So that wasn't blood.
What you are craving is you realize as Lou snorts in your face that the first time he expresses a severe emotion, like this, when he had that repulsive reaction kind of thing, it tasted good in the back of your throat. Like a really good orange soda.
I think that makes her make a face. Ooh.
Like that.
Oh no.
Ping of emotion. Tasted real. Do they have a cat?
You understand why the pharaohs kept them around? We're related.
You have another question as well.
Yeah. It's a good question. What is the second question? Am I feeling any aversions to anything?
Not like a full-on aversion, like it would make you sick, but
Mhm.
when you think about the fact that like it tasted like drinking an orange soda, you're like, I don't really think an orange soda would taste so good anymore.
Ah, okay.
Like that fake level of sugar wouldn't be enjoyable.
Mhm.
It would be pacifying, but it's just fake sugar.
Okay. Which is why the carrots didn't taste good earlier. Okay.
Mhm.
Uncle Lou, you made a face just now,
Mm.
and it tasted like orange soda. I don't know what that was. It was weird.
That could be any number of things. How often, as he not even looking at anybody else, just sort of middle
Mhm.
distance, has the little one been to gatherings of multiple esoteric types?
He doesn't know about Savannah, does he?
Well, and Opal will speak up for this one. The whole neighborhood has a bit of it's a bit eclectic, we could say. And we do have a D&D night every Sunday, to which there is well, at least one verified other.
So, an extensive exposure.
You could say that.
Mm.
There's also the undead possibly walking out the water that's polluting shit.
She's not drank any of that, I will say that much. We've been importing from elsewhere for quite some time.
Would you like to have a conversation?
No. I would like a Motrin.
Please.
I could offer you a drink.
I
don't
think
have any
Marta
Motrin
opens
from-
that little cabinet again and just like pulls out this really old looking bottle of probably opioids. Let's be real. It's like she's like, oh, painkiller.
Little glass
I have
bottle.
painkiller. Yeah, it's like a little brown.
Have some
bottle.
heroin.
Yeah, yeah. This is like Motrin for adults.
No. No.
I offered. Elizabeth wants my medicine. Shut my clothes.
That is past its expiration date.
Which means it's just slightly less effective. So at this point, it's probably about as effective as a Motrin.
Okay, so based upon an unnatural physiology not seen before a few millennia, and extensive exposure to any number of other individuals during a formative age as the body and the genetics were trying to figure out how does this do.
There's a lot of others at school too. At Savannah.
You could have quote unquote caught something.
Or she's been directive form of evolution.
You are putting far more faith in divine and less than divine design. Usually,
That's kind of a thing.
Usually, when it comes to this, it is far more about odd sympathies than genetics. Oh. Anywho, it has been wonderful seeing you. And now
Nice to meet you.
Now I am going to go and have a foot chase with a Catholic priest.
I'm not running. I just had a very fine chicken dinner, and all I'm supposed to do is say that you're causing a void in existence that may or may not draw the attention of perhaps the gentleman across the street with a sniper scope, and or the three gentlemen down the street with a very big gun?
Well, that
Are
is
they Catholic?
that is
No,
an
they're not mine.
all of us problem because A, Dad won't let me die, and B, every time there's a hole in me, demons pour out. Or worse, people that are supposed to be in here get out.
Ugh,
You
yeah.
can't turn like invisible or something. You don't have any.
You think Dad left me any gifts aside from the ones he couldn't rip out of me?
I can turn into a bat. I was wondering.
Bro.
You can leave under cover of
Yeah.
darkness if you like. Marta gets up. She's like, I'm done. I got everything I need.
Are you friends with the fine spiritual caster inside that house? Who I have yet to be formally introduced to, therefore I am not using their name because it would be considered rude.
I mean, I tend to be friends with most people in the neighborhood. I would say so. Wouldn't a spiritual cancer inside the house?
Spiritual caster being, he's referring to Zhonghua.
I'd say we're friends, right, Zhonghua?
She'll nod. Just for not the unawkward state of but she'll look at Blue and say, so everything's settled then. Surely you won't mind me telling my people what's happening here. And
If you want to inform them and cause the cascade of paperwork and curses, by all means.
I'm going to have to, but I assume it's probably just going to end up being an observer from time to time.
Does this mean I'm not second hell or worse hell or purgatory?
We don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if they want to go down to Key West, I mean, it's a wonderful place, and the only major religion there is the Episcopal cathedral down there. It's way too gay for everybody else.
And Jimmy Buffett. He started worshipping a cheeseburger.
No, he worships far, far more human things than cheeseburgers.
I was trying to be polite, sort of.
No, I've met Jimmy. Nice guy, but he is definitely son of the parentage that he has. Does not know the level of privilege that he enjoys yet. That will happen later. When he sees his life flash before his eyes. But yes, no, that's where I'm going. I will be in the greater neighborhood, unperturbed and unbothered, basking in the sun and drinking lots of limeades. So at least until somebody from somewhere gets notions and then tries to hurt me. But yeah, no, nice meeting all of you. I am going to leave. If people are going to try and shoot me, I have the car that I drive because it's been reinforced and it's very fast.
I think before Zhonghua leaves, kind of goes out, she's going to like lean over to Persephone. It's like, I do have one piece of advice for you. Take this very, very seriously. I was in your position not too long ago. Something less dire. You mess up, things go bad.
Noted.
Good night.
Oh,
Good night.
And if you want to have a better understanding of what went wrong way back when, watch 2001.
Don't try and understand it, though.
She can understand it. Um, as
Does Apollo leave with Lucifer, or is he
no, he is
staying?
staying. As Lou leaves, him in his
Opal will get
khakis,
the door for him.
pink t-shirt, Dodgers jacket. As soon as he breaks the threshold, he is in a full sprint,
Would you like a drink, sir?
Run.
and he is not stopping. He hops the hood of the car.
Just the slide
Keys,
across.
yeah, keys already in hand. Pops the car door open, and lickety split is peeling out of the drive.
I didn't think the devil would be so paranoid. I'll be honest with you.
I didn't think I could scare the devil. Can I add that to my resume, do you think? I chased the devil out
I
of
think
town.
you absolutely should.
I mean,
I feel
Please
like
get
that's
off
like
my front
like
porch.
primo primo Catholicism right there.
Well, good to see you,
um,
Mr. Walters. Mr.
Hello, Mr. Walters. Just
hello.
goes back to looking at the phrase with her
And she'll
very
nod
polite
at
request.
she'll nod at the priest and it's like Jungwoo Kwan. Neighbors.
pleasure to make your acquaintance, madam. I am Father James Fitzryan. I a small parish down the way, also some small affinities for other things. If you have a dull moment in time, I would love to discuss the possibility of dealing with the not undead dead that is causing problems in the city. My card.
You have cards now? When did that happen?
Always had cards.
Well, if
I've never gotten the card.
Linda had.
Sorry, young one.
Linda has.
Well, if there are things going wrong in the supernatural thing, it's well, it'd be good to discuss that sort of thing before it gets out of hand.
Yeah, to be fair, Lucifer coming is not the weirdest thing that's been on my card this month.
Well,
No, Santa's pretty high up there right now.
I mean, that was as far as other negotiations between the offspring goes. That was at least better than having to deal with the Fae about a decade ago. Nightmare.
Yes, dealing with the Fae is very complicated and not pleasant at all.
Marta turns the sprinklers on.
Oh, but before he she goes, my apologies, madam. I did not mean to overstay my welcome. I will be leaving. I did want to leave one small thing for you. It is not in any way beyond a blessing on your house, Mazel. A warning and some earplugs. The Baptist Church ladies have won the bid and are providing music for the Christmas fete and the Riverwalk.
Sprinklers.
And recorders are going to be involved. I've done my job. Could I buy you a drink,
Marta's
madam?
not going.
I can't see why not. Absolutely.
Oh, good. Then I can possibly direct somebody else at the weird. And there's this long pause. Stuff happening in this town.
There seems to be a lot of it happening lately.
I blame whoever killed Mr. Musgrove.
She'll look at Rhodes like, Mr. Musgrove. Why? I mean, why?
Yeah.
So long ago.
Curses.
Yeah, curses. Some things happen. You know, it's a long thing. Really, the point is that it is definitely a priority to figure it out.
You said something about water, correct? Corpse in the. Does this have anything to do with possibly what had been going on for like years here? That thing.
No, that happened before Peter passed away, I believe. Although I'm sure it wasn't helped by it.
Well, the first incidents of people getting sick from the water started in the 61, 62, around there.
But what brought up this currently? Like, it's been so long.
Oh, whatever was undead in the water is now no longer in the water. But nobody listens to me.
So what's out of the water?
Not a blessed clue. Although I guess, you know, ongoing problems that. Although a purification happened a while ago, so that might improve things. Who knows?
It's definitely something that needs to probably be checked out or figured out, found. Really, whichever of the three might apply to the situation.
Maybe all.
And we're gonna pan the camera back as the three of you walk down the street. I'm assuming either towards the Walters house or somewhere to get a drink.
Yeah.
We're gonna pan the camera over to Masters.
I have a little, just a little something.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Luis would get a phone call because Persephone is taking that really long corded phone out of his upstairs and running to her room to call. She has two close friends. It's Luis and Masters. And it's gonna call Luis, not knowing that that Masters is over there eating KFC with them. There's just a ringing.
It's like, Luis will be like, oh, hold on a second. Actually, if you could clean up the bucket, yeah. If you could clean up the bones,
Yeah.
we've made a little bit of a mess in here, and the interior of the house is not the cleanliest thing you've ever seen in your life. And he'll
What's
go
it
to the
look like?
kitchen and he'll.
Does it look like a
a
warm home full of love and joy where nobody's sad and divorced? Or does it look not like that?
You know, like millennial apartments, you know the vibe of, you know, the gray on gray on gray.
Oh.
Like that's how it feels. It's not a gray home, but it definitely somehow feels that way. I will go into the kitchen and which is like an aged, like it was like a nice yellow from back in the day.
Yep.
Not nice anymore. And he picks up the phone and is like, "Hello? This is Luis talking."
Luis, it's me, Persephone.
Oh, hi, Persephone. What's up? How can I help you?
I'm having some issues, and I don't know.
Hey,
I
is
don't
that
have anybody else to
Persephone?
talk to.
Will you go tell her that we definitely have got D&D on Sunday?
Masters wants to let you know that we have D&D on Sunday.
He's there right now. Never mind. That's not what's important
brought
right
over
now,
something-
Luis.
Okay, yeah, all right, yeah. What's up? Yeah, are you something wrong? Do you need help or?
Okay, I probably shouldn't tell you any of this, but I just have some very big concerns now. The devil just came to my house and told me a bunch of things.
Like the literal devil or like a metaphorical?
Like Lucifer. Turns out he's like my great uncle. But anyways, so
that explains the energy. Yeah.
I'm about to have like a second puberty that may or may not break the world, and there's like some stuff going on, and I might be second hell, or worse than hell, or like super hell, or like purgatory. I could be just fine. I don't know what's happening. And he made a face and tasted like orange soda, and I don't know what to feel about this, and I just want somebody else to talk to.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. And do you want to come over? Or
apparently my dad's got that kind of thing going on. I just don't know. Oh, what did you say?
Yeah, we can absolutely talk about. Do you want to come over, or do you want to do this over the phone? you want to meet up somewhere?
Let her know we've got extra chicken. I mean, I got a
Yeah, we
huge
have
big
chicken
bucket.
left over. We got some
No.
KFC.
Oh, and biscuits. We got biscuits.
Oh, and biscuits. We got biscuits.
It sounds delicious. It does. The way your voice sounds, it does not sound delicious.
That's fine. It's fine. I gotta say it. You know.
I don't
keep
know
up
if
with
I
the
can
looks.
talk about Masters doesn't know anything. I don't know if I can
Oh,
talk
that's
about
true.
any of this with Masters
That's-
there.
That's true. You know, Masters, it's I know you've had a long
That's fine.
day.
I'll just call back
Do you
later.
want it? No.
It's
No,
okay.
no, hold on, Persephone. You can, I'll just hold on, and I'll hang the phone for a second, and I'll be like,
everything okay?
It's like she's going through some stuff, but it seems like it's going to be a long talk, and she can't leave the house. So,
Can't leave the house?
if you just want to go,
she probably can't.
It seems like I'm going to be here for a while.
Yeah, okay, but why don't you just have her tell her parents that there's like a D&D thing that's she got to come over.
It's a whole situation. Apparently, she hasn't really gotten into it, really, but from the gist of it, it sounds like she is in place at the moment. She might be grounded. I'm not 100% sure what's going
Touch in
on.
the room. She's under her bed on the phone. Like just.
I tell you what, I'll just go over there and I'll pick her up. I'll just be right over. Give me a sec. You know, she got his like wrist guards. He's gonna sort of head out, walk down the road.
You would see
Luis, as soon as that door ends, Luis runs to the phone and is like, Masters is going to be over there in a second. He wants to bring you over if you want to deal with that situation, and somehow like wasn't able to stop him before he left the house.
Okay, well, I'm in my room.
I'm sure they'll send them out. I'm sure Marta
That's
will.
probably what'll happen. Yeah, she's been drinking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we'll find out. But yeah, just so you know, that's what's happening right now.
Okay, I have a lot to tell you. We should catch up more. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's
and the Walters family's been so nice for such a long time, but I can't keep it to myself anymore. Not after today.
It's all right, Persephone. Honestly,
can trust
Persephone,
you,
we all
right?
know.
What?
Yeah, it's an open secret, Persephone. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. About what you can be a little loose-lipped over here.
I'm sorry. So, what's an open secret exactly? So I don't get in trouble.
Marta, absolutely, I'm sure 20, what is it, 5, 6 she's trying to be? I'm sure that's at her actual age, not something, she's not the head of the household or anything for, have to assume.
Yeah.
Several years. Man, you guys really smells like iron over there. During during D&D.
That's fair. Well, okay, so not all of Marta's the only. Well, Dad and Daddy, or Granddaddy, they are the only full-blooded.
Yeah.
Mama and Uncle Oliver only.
Oh, that makes sense. They're always outside in the sun.
And then I'm half.
Although Marta is also.
Yeah, so things are complicated and it's beautiful, but I don't know, Master's probably here. I'm gonna go. We'll talk
deal with that.
later.
I'm here. I'm free all night. So
Oh, good. I'm gonna talk all night.
At this moment, beforehand, as the conversation's going,
yes, downstairs.
Apollo gets up looking exceptionally guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And just looks to the other members of the family. I am so sorry.
Something was going to happen at some point. Glances at James. I cannot say I'm really surprised. Although I will say this I felt like 400 years ago I made a bet concerning something about the devil. I wonder if they're still around. I can collect on that. I'm sure.
Lou, I believe the term can be a bit much. He for lack of a better term, ambushed me.
You're very sweaty. This is not normal for you.
No.
If
I
you don't
still
want to
rem-
stay at your house tonight, I understand we have a spare coffin in the basement. If you want, we could borrow a bed. I'm sure there's a mattress we could move. If you wanted to not have to deal with anything involving that aura.
I may take you up on that.
Right,
But
let me make sure that the basement is clean. And Marta goes downstairs just real quickly. And I think this is when Masters knocks.
Yeah, I think that's what Masters knocks. Knock.
Before Masters
Knock on the
knocks,
door.
however, he would have seen Ro,
Oh, yes.
Junghwa, and the priest walking down
leaving the house.
also, they're all damp.
I just
Oh yes, the sprinklers are, and you know, Masters, that the sprinklers aren't normally on at this time. Someone deliberately turned the sprinklers on to get them wet leaving the front porch because it is set up in a strategic way so that like
I'ma
it goes
guess
up to
Marta.
the front doormat. It's it's Marta.
I love that like Persephone says like there were like 10 people in my house talking about me, yelling about me. There was like 5 I didn't know. I don't just walked in.
My teeth hurt. It's like
This whole time my teeth hurt.
Yeah, I would be really freaked out if like I had like my like if I
Yeah.
had like a cavity and then like 10 people that
Yeah.
People showed up. One of them's the devil. It's
Yeah.
So as you are running down the street, Masters, the
I'm
priest
not running.
waves.
I'm strolling.
Well,
As you
moving your
stroll.
way down the street at whatever speed,
making your way downtown.
walking fast and homebound.
Yes.
As you do, you can see that there's like a conversation happening between Ro, Junghwa, and this priest. And the priest will look up, wave at you. Pleasant evening, Mr.
I don't really know
Musgrove.
him. I just nod. I don't really know. I've never met him or spoken to him.
Oh no, you have
And,
never. no.
Yeah, I don't know him. I know he's a priest because he's wearing a priest outfit. And then they're just the older generation of folks are on the doorstep. You know, and he sort of nods to them.
You kind of like I don't imagine that like Young Jen, but I don't think you've met like Jungwon very
I've seen pictures, but that's about
Like,
it.
it's like
Yeah, I know she exists and I've seen her around, but I just don't get the sense that she's like hanging out with the young folks. You
Yeah.
know, not the vibe that I've gotten. I like her sister quite a lot, though. Like I think I've probably spent time chilling with her sister, who's very cool.
And you know Mr.
but-
Walters.
Oh, I know Mr.
Yeah.
Walters very well. But yeah, but this you know, and I imagine I've probably seen her. I don't know actually how often she hangs out with her sister. To be honest, that's a
not very rarely.
hold
She's
on.
like I think the last couple years has been like the most. But yeah, probably not very many.
Yeah, you know when you know somebody, I mean like they're not your best friend, but they're like a, you know, right? And they've
Yeah.
got some relative that like oh yeah, there's that uncle or whomever, you know what I mean? Like you
Yeah.
don't really know who that person is, like you see them and they wear kind of slightly intimidating power suits.
Yeah.
And they're not the most friendly person either. It's sort
Yeah.
of like that. You can just imagine somebody
What
like
a
incredibly
conglomeration
powerful.
of people.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of like like conflicting energy from this person.
Right? He's gonna sort of like nod
Yeah.
to this priest and he's gonna nod to young
Also,
Ja.
she'll nod back. She'll just kind of like
As
and,
soon
like, it's
as
just, like, it's a little mellow, a little awkward, but like, oh,
Mhm.
people here, I don't.
as you're
and he's
walking
gonna try to avoid
up to the,
the sprinklers.
as soon as you're walking to the house, Ro will definitely be like, "Oh, are you heading to the Ardeline house? Yeah, the Ardeline house. Are y'all heading to the Ardeline house right now?"
Yeah, I'm just gonna go pick up Persephone.
I would definitely avoid that house for a while. Things need to cool down. A lot of stuff just happened.
That's why I'm
Things
going.
were a little tense.
Figure Persephone might want to be outside. She wants to go talk to Luis anyway, so I figure I go pick her up.
I think Persephone is probably gonna be stuck in the house for a little bit.
That's why I figured I'd go in and ask. See, when the kid wants to go out, they don't get to go out. But when their friend comes, parents are usually maybe a little bit more forgiving. It's how Luis got me out of the house so often. So
Usually
I
that
figured
only
I'm gonna go
works
with-
if you're.
Masters.
That doesn't work if you're possibly a gentleman caller. Just throwing that out
Yeah,
there.
you're also
Oh,
yeah, you're
her mom
a
knows that we don't
spry
got nothing going.
25, 26-year-old now. I don't think that
25?
that trick's gonna work that much at your age. And, you know,
The words
just
sisters owned echo in their minds for some reason.
you know, just a friendly warning, just letting you know what you're walking into, little masters.
Well, Mr. Walters, I figured I gotta go try to do right. Anyway, she wants to go talk to Luis, and I figured I might be able to go and get it to happen. I think she might be grounded, maybe, but you know, here's the thing. Marta cares about Dungeons and Dragons quite a lot, and I figured that might be leverage to getting her out of there to maybe, you know, just spend some time just with Luis, and I don't know. Seems like she needs a little bit of rescuing, so that's what I'm here for.
Good luck there with that, masters. I'll definitely look forward to hearing how that ended up going.
Oh, by the way, I delivered the KFC to Luis. We had a very nice dinner. It's not finished yet because I got the big bucket, so there'll be leftovers, so you'd have some for tomorrow if you needed it. And you know,
He'll pat you on the shoulder and be like, "Thanks for keeping up with him these past couple of years. It really means a lot."
oh, of course, Mr. Walters. You know, you and you and Linda have always been so very kind. So I've always appreciated having a place to hang out when I wanted to hang out somewhere, and you've always been really kind to me. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, good luck with what's going on in the Ardeline house. Wishing you the best.
Hey, did she stay out late or something?
Or something. It's like, we've got to go, but good luck, young masters.
Yes. Just stay out of trouble.
Hey. Oh, yes, ma'am. I always aim to stay out of trouble. And you can tell there's this kind of like real deferentialness.
He says going to the Ardeline house.
He does not know. But you know, but he's very deferential because I just feel like she's got real intense energy. She's got real boss energy. I feel like she's got that energy that's like when he says Mr. Walters
it wasn't like the stay out of trouble wasn't like goodbye. It was like it was like warning. Stay out of trouble.
Warning punctuated by shoulder pat.
Yeah.
Warning.
I will also
there's not a ton of like warm inflection coming from this woman at all.
No. Like he calls Ro Mr. Walters, but there's like a real like there's still a relaxedness, like a looseness about it. Like he calls Mr. Walters because that's proper to do, but like they're still they clearly know each other fairly well.
Yeah,
you know, that's not the vibe. He's like, oh, yeah, Miss Kwan, you know, just like like, oh, she's like. You're a little scary, like you know what I mean. Just a little scary, because and also a little unknown. Like we don't like because you've been away for so long, right? You know what I mean. So like somebody who's like, I don't know. I just kind of feel like when she walks into a room, like she walks into a room and people are like, oh, she's here. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's just I just feel there's like big energy, and I think that he's like, oh, okay, and he kind of just nods, and like it's a slight bow.
Yeah.
A little awkward, to be honest.
Yeah.
I hope you're where is she living, by the way?
She's living she's not living in the neighborhood. I think she lives in Savannah, I think. The city center's probably area.
Oh, you here to visit your sister, I suppose? And then you can see on his face, he's like, nope, I just engaged and I probably shouldn't have. Dang it. Like, because now I just open things up and I'm probably going to get into trouble. And like, you could just see this like...
There's just like some nodding. It's like, yes. Oh.
All right. Well, we got to go have a conversation about some other stuff. So we'll leave you to it, masters.
Hey, yep. it was very nice to see you again, Miss Kwan. It's been a while, and I hope everything's great with you and that you're doing well. And I'm gonna go up and right now, just go at and like
Bye, bye, masters. Bye, 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 masters. Have a good night.
Okay, he's gonna like step off the waist. You all can pass by, which is gonna get him drenched in the sprinklers.
So, and Father Fitzryan kind of leans towards Ro, and not quietly enough that Masters doesn't hear, but not so quietly enough that Jungwa doesn't hear. Says, he really claims that he's sister zoning that girl when he's riding off to be her knight in shining armor.
I try not to get into it. They have an interesting dynamic between them out down there in the D&D group when they get together.
Nice, the gaming group. Heard about that.
I'm sorry, Dungeons and Dragons, I think it's called.
It could be worse. Honestly, really? Between that one and your son and that girl? Let me know when I have to do a wedding. I like weddings. They're fun. All this other shit is not fun.
It's like Linda and I are looking to do a what the fuck is it called when you do like get married again?
Renewal of the vows.
Yeah,
renewal. Yeah, Linda and I are thinking of doing some renewing our vows.
What
I'd
has
be
it
interested
been,
in
like
that.
30 years now?
Or something like that.
Oh, 40 maybe.
Longer than I've known you, that's for sure.
Well, your charming lady wife is a pleasure, and if you ever wish, I can arrange a very pleasant ceremony where you wouldn't have to walk inside the door of the church.
And this is why you're my favorite priest in this town.
I thought it was because I provided the good booze.
You know, there's multiple benefits.
Madam, can I offer you a drink? And he offers the flask to Jungwa.
I think she'll politely. It's like, I'm good, but you needed a word, or you two needed a word.
Puts the flask away, straightens his collar. Since you seem to be a professional individual of a slightly more esoteric branch, shall we say, I have certain skill set. My skill set is not of the esoteric, it's more of the ethereal. That can be a differentiation. Among others. Thing was in river. Thing no longer in river. Thing that bound thing to river is polluting river and causing people to get sick and die. Purifications have been begun upon the river to prevent, seepage from causing more people from dying. But undead thing that may or may not still be undead that was in the river is no longer in the river.
And it needs to be put back for the binding too.
Well, either put back into the river or removed from existence. Either one. It's not my business. I don't know exactly what it is. I haven't been able to lay eyes on the damn thing. And I mean that literally. Damned is the vibe that this whole thing is given off. Also, exorcisms? Grand at. Thing that, again, ethereal, my jive. Esoteric, yours. If it belongs in a more physical instead of a metaphysical being, not really something I can do a lot with. Beyond providing it don't get to come in. So I know it's there, I know it's a problem. But no one would grant me an invitation or an introduction, shall we say, to the more esoterically inclined. My good friend Ro being an exception, because Ro is a fine gentleman and a good judge of fine whiskey as well.
And about how dire is the urgency for this? Is this we need to leave right now, or is there something we can kind of put together some people preparations?
I figure it's been going on for about 30 years, or 20 years, give or take, for a while now, so...
Oh, that long.
Yeah. So... Definitely been working on the purification of the river. That's been a thing. Do you know how much fishing I have to do to convince people that I actually A, like fishing, and B, am not just standing around there in my skivvies blessing shit?
No idea.
I hate fishing. I don't even like the southern definition of fishing, where you just sit there with a rod in the water and drinking beer.
My favorite kind of fishing. Minus the beer.
It's some sort of beverage, right?
Yeah. Someone goes, "There's no hook bait on your hook," and you're just like, "Shh."
The residents of the Gwillem household and the Ardeline household are dealing with some issues. Mr. Walters deals with a lot of other issues. I am at your disposal if you require any further assistance, but the actual putting the thing in the ground is beyond my limited capabilities.
Well, just to be sure, I should get back and make some preparations if we're going to go out and try and deal with this thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is a nuclear burn the city kind of thing, but this is more of a, one wants to remove the coyote problem before it becomes an infestation.
Also, we don't want any more issues with the water supply here.
Yeah, that's a problem.
There's been constant purification, and there's some danger. It seems like something we need to deal with. Lest they blame this on us again.
They blame a lot of things on everyone. I blame the English. It's probably their fault somehow anyways.
I agree. We can definitely get something figured out here in the next year or two, I think. And then from there, get an action plan going.
Grand. In that case, I will bid you both fine good evening. Just back to my parish and to prepare for attending of the well, tomorrow is a holy day of obligation. Not that I think you're attending.
I'll be thinking of you.
Well, good to meet you. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
And like I said, if you need any further of the ethereal assistance, happy to provide any assistance. Happy to provide. Also, have fun.
I think as soon as if he gets further away, it's like she'll turn to Ro and just like, well, you are certainly the person I wanted to talk to today before all this happened.
How can I help you, young Wa?
Well, this was something that this is more for young John than it is for me, but this was also dealing with coincidentally the Walters boy.
Luis?
Not Walters, sorry. Masters.
Oh, Masters. Masters?
Yes. And the space.
The house?
The land.
Oh, the land. Yes, definitely. It's definitely something that's been on my mind lately also.
My sister has the idea that we should tell him about said land. Saying that it's part of his family, part of his heritage, and he should know about it.
It's definitely something that has been on my mind as of late in the past couple of years. My only concern has been his loyalties. The one thing that we always advised Peter is to make sure that Susie and her sister never find out about the land and that they never get any claim to that land. And legally, Susie and Sally. Legally, they have no hold over it. However, if Masters decides after it is handed over to him to give it back to his family, I can't not even imagine the kind of repercussions that might have. Now, I would love to trust Masters, but I think that's something I do not know him as well as maybe my son, and I've been meaning to talk to him about figuring out if he thinks that Masters still has loyalty to his family, which I cannot blame him. It is his family, after all. But
And I have similar
I want to be sure.
similar questions about my sister's opinion. Judging as she is fond of him, and see what that does with her judgment. I'm not entirely sure, but I would also like to put out the idea of having some sort of binding in there somewhere, agreement on his part.
Definitely, I would agree.
Not in a legal sense, of course, but
the magical sense. I do need to do a little more reading upon exactly what the Musgrove claim to the land is, and what that would mean. Magic, not really my strong suit. I am capable, but I'm not really book learned here. But I would like to find out a little bit more about that if you haven't done any research on it.
Like I said, it was something I was having concerns about. But if you're having your own thoughts about it, I will convince my sister to wait at least a little bit before we're both sure.
Yes. I have not seen him interact with his brother or his mother in several years. In person, when they were together, it was obvious the animosity was there, but now that they're far from him, maybe, I don't know, that could have softened his heart. I would like to get something concrete. Like I said, I'll speak to Luis about it, see what his opinion on the matter is, but I believe, time, he is young. He has time. We have time to make this decision. But
we can make lightly, but yes, I agree with you.
I'm glad we talked about this. It is something that has been on my mind as of late. I will definitely get back to you after I have a conversation with my son about the matter and see what he believes.
Of course, I would hate to keep you from whatever business you're having to deal with tonight. This has been way more complicated than I initially thought. Although less dire than having a frantic call from family about a broken wards, but I see we have a lot to do. I have a lot of paperwork to actually go home and take care of, so I will leave you to your business, and I will have to start mine.
Absolutely. You still have the number for the house, right? Or
yes.
All right.
Or I can get it from.
Well, don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. You're always welcome.
Appreciated. But good evening.
Yeah, have a wonderful evening, Younghwa. And he'll make sure that your walk is safe to back home.
Yeah.
Which is when I'm knocking on the door of the Ardleen house.
Poor Masters. Poor everyone's.
You just
Masters.
Opal is probably just like, again? How could it be? Okay. And Opal will go to the door and see that it's Masters.
Drenched because he had to step off the walkway.
Sprinklers are running. Yeah.
Yeah. He'd been trying to avoid it, but then he's like, well, I gotta, step off for the...
Yeah. It's you can't walk up to
older
the front
generation.
door without getting drenched once the sprinklers are on. They said they dug those sprinkler systems themselves. It is very strategic. She'll just immediately turn the sprinklers off. First of all,
Hey,
open the door. Young masters, hello. Yes, how are you this evening?
Oh, I'm all right. Mrs. Arlene, how are you doing?
I'm fine, just fine. Can I help you with anything?
Yes, I'm here to go and pick up Persephone. We're heading over down to Luisa's. We've got some Dungeons and Dragons things to deal with.
She didn't tell me she had anything going on today.
Well, you know, I'm so busy and all that.
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's about
She-
tactics and strategy.
You know, Persephone isn't feeling all too well today, actually.
You know what would cheer her up though? Hanging out with her friends, talking D&D.
Well, you see, it's a bit of a toothache headache situation, which I think she might really prefer to stay in. And at this moment, to make things the most dramatic ever, the door to the basement opens. And Marta comes out. She has made sure the basement is guest ready. A bat has flown out of the chimney. It's Nelson. He's been shooed out of the house for the day. You know, coffin's been made up real nice down there, and the at-home theater center is ready, with Lady Hawk put on. And Marta flings open the door, and she's in some saucy Byzantine kind of number.
Topless? Because there's a lot of like
No, she doesn't want to go too far.
Oh.
But it's definitely that like it's somewhat sheer material.
Yeah,
It's like
and it's and the, remember the Byzantines are Christian. They weren't doing a whole lot of topless. There was a whole lot of topless in the baths, however, just not on the street.
Yeah, but it's definitely a slightly sheer number. This is legitimately what Marta probably just wears around the house at night, and the people who live there just have to deal with it.
Whatever.
But you know, she's also probably put on a little lipstick. She's freshened up a little bit, and she's also still holding that bottle of she's like, I've prepared Lady Hawk so we can point out all of the historical inaccuracies.
Hey, Marta. You look very
She
nice
just
this
pauses a
evening.
moment.
Are you doing are you gaming?
Research. We're
Without
doing
us?
research.
We're doing lots
That
of
doesn't-
research.
As just
Well, Mr. Gwilym,
Apollo just moves in the most awkward of fashions. Like you have never seen a man with that much posture.
And he's dressed up real nice.
Like exceptionally well. Like
But a little sweaty.
this is the first time you've seen like the collar is damp. And he is just walking with purpose. But as he passes Opal, it's just the look of make him go away. And then just walking again, heavy footsteps down into the basement.
Research.
hey, so I'm here to pick up Persephone. You want to come with?
It's a Tuesday. It's just why are you here to pick up Persephone?
Talk about battle tactics and Dungeons and Dragons. Maybe you should come with.
She's got the bottle, but in her other hand's doing this like weird, like I really want to go talk about D&D battle
Said
tactics.
the word no.
But and then she like takes a deep breath. But she's also got Lady Hawk in the basement and a really nice guest coffin.
What's Mr. Gwilym doing in the basement, all dressed up like he's going to a wedding?
Research. Oh, but this is your problem. And
Yeah, but Marty, you want to come with? I mean,
I
all
am-
of us around.
I will see you at D&D on Sunday. I am busy tonight.
Hey, doing what?
Research. And closes the door.
Researching
And like the
what, though?
most, like, you know, like how that gif of like the crone like closing
Yeah.
that's her, but with like the side door to the basement.
And like he is right next to the door, and I'm just picturing that there actually is like a full-on bar, like old school barring of the door.
Oh, yeah, there is a bar on the inside of the basement door. Not on the outside, the inside. You hear a ka-thump, and Opal goes, they are. We can watch Lady Hawk downstairs.
Are you gonna be down there?
Lady Hawk's not really my thing.
Yeah, he's real old. You know?
Oh, Lord help me. She's just got this look on her face of like, and you just hear muffled from the your daughter, your problem. As you hear the last boom fall into place.
So, here's
Um,
my thoughts. I'm here to pick up Persephone. She's head over to Luis's, but I could take her out and I could come back and I could hang out in the basement and watch Lady Hawk too. It's a great film.
Oh, I'm sure you could, Masters, but I think they'll be all right down there. Just watching Lady Hawk. Mr. Quillen might be old,
Yeah, he's real
but
old.
he's very respectful.
Uh-huh.
So,
I'm just saying, Mrs. Arlene, your daughter's 25 years old and he is not.
oh, Marta's not my daughter.
Oh, cousin, sorry.
Yeah.
Niece. Right,
Yeah.
but anyway, you're her guardian, and like, she's technically an adult and all that, but I mean,
You're
like,
right. You're right. She is an adult now, Masters. She
yeah.
can make her own decisions on things.
Oh, come on, though. I mean, come on. It's inappropriate. You know what I mean? I feel like,
I'd rather
you know,
they watch Lady Hawk here at this house than elsewhere doing who
Okay.
knows what.
all right. Well, then, how about this? I'm gonna go and take Persephone out. We're gonna go over and deal with battle tactics over at Luis's, and then you're gonna go down there in the basement and watch Lady Hawk with them, right?
I
Otherwise,
don't.
I'll just come back and I'll watch Lady Hawk with him.
You don't. You don't need to watch Lady Hawk. James.
Mr. Arlene, I'm gonna go get Persephone. Yeah. All right.
She's in her room. She's not
all right.
feeling
I'll go-
particularly well.
I know where it is. He's gonna go in to go head over towards her room. He's gonna just
James.
head up the stairs.
You just
Head up the stairs. to
taking a bit of a
Persephone's room.
martyr calling for her husband and guardian angel, apparently.
Who do you
He's
want
gonna go
as
up to her room.
James?
That doesn't matter. Yeah, well, he was a Gwillem.
Okay, it's like, especially with the Marta tone, it's like, hi, Masters. It's great to see you. Yes,
Hey,
the
Mr.
Lady
Arlene.
Hawk situation is a bit strange, but they are both adults, and we must express. It is important that we respect their wishes.
Oh.
And
Mr.
with
Arlene.
that, as long as it's under our roof, nothing untoward will happen. Speaking of which, my
So you're
wonderful
gonna be going
daughter
down
is
there in the
not
basement?
well, and you should be going home now.
I'd like to at least.
Is that
I'd like to at least
Masters
talk to
at the
her.
top of the
Battle
stairs.
of
Yeah.
wills.
Yep.
Battle of wills.
Yeah. Hey,
Hi,
Persephone, I'm
Masters.
here to go and take you over to Luis's place to go and talk D&D battle tactics.
Don't know if that's a great idea. My
Well, we
Mouth
got that
hurts.
big battle coming up.
I know
well, look.
I know we do.
You need to be here bright and early, lovely, in order to go and see Dr. Mercer.
That's
Well, we
right.
won't keep her out too long. Just maybe an hour or two.
It's important she gets her sleep. It's a first thing in the morning kind of ordeal.
Sure, but it's only like 8 o'clock at night. So, figured a couple
It
hours.
is only like 8 o'clock.
It's
at night.
not that late. So, we're gonna be out just over at least just down the road.
He
for like an hour or
looks
two.
in full panic at Opal at this point. He has tried.
She's like, why doesn't Luis just come over here?
Oh,
Yeah, that sounds
that-
like a great
That's
idea,
a
lovely.
good idea.
that
Okay.
that would be a good idea, but you know how Luis has got some stuff going on, and anyway, all the Kentucky Fried Chicken's already over there. So
Bring it
anyway,
on
I
over.
promise-
We'll heat it rack up in the oven.
We got Gatorade and
Persephone,
everything.
we already
She's
got
at the top of
miniatures
the
and stuff over
stairs, just
there.
like she hasn't fully come down. She's just peering. Yeah.
We got all the miniatures and everything over there, the battle maps all set up, books and everything like that. We'll be like 2 hours.
I don't think it's a good idea for me to leave the house right now. So
Why not?
In your head, you just hear Louis saying, "No" is a full sentence.
Yeah,
It's okay to say no.
he doesn't. He thinks this is a. He feels like this is a. What's the word? Coerced no. He thinks this is really
coerced.
weird. Yeah, he's like.
I mean,
he's like.
yeah.
Okay, this is weird. He's
Not
like.
for
This,
the
this seems
reasons-
very strange.
Not for the
Yeah, yeah.
reasons that Master thinks.
not
Like,
for the reasons he
honestly, I understand that you guys have like your own maps, but how about we you can use the stuff that I already have somewhat prepped up in the attic and go over your plans up in the attic.
Well, yeah. So, can I just talk to Persephone outside for a sec?
It's really not a good idea.
Just right outside the door.
She has problems with the damp all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Well, the sprinklers have been turned off. Persephone, can I
The
just talk
sprinklers
to you
aren't
outside?
working right now. It's been
Yeah.
a thing today.
Why don't you just come up here on the landing, Masters, and we can talk right here.
Well, how about the two of you talk for a little bit in the parlor, and then you can, Masters, you can go retrieve Luis, the fried chicken.
I'll call Luis. I'll call Luis.
There
and
you
she should
go.
come on
Thank you,
over.
Opal. And
Okay.
he can bring everything over. You guys can hang out in the parlor for now. I will make
I'm
sure
still on the
everything's
line.
prepped in the attic.
I just pick up the phone and I'm like, Luis?
Oh, hi, Mrs. Ardeline. Yeah, it's
Oh.
me.
Yeah, I'm so glad I called. Looking over at Opal over the shoulder. Oh yes. Masters has come over, and so we were thinking that y'all could talk about your D&D battle tactics over here in the game room. Why don't you come on over with that bucket of KFC that Masters brought?
Mrs. Ardeline, are you in a location where Masters will not be able to hear your responses?
Oh, that can be arranged. One moment.
Or something at some point.
And it hangs up the phone downstairs. It's like, he'll be over real soon, I'm sure. And it goes quickly goes upstairs, pulls the phone cord out from Persephone's room, and goes, you hear it gets the floor. Yes.
Persephone, can
Mrs.
I talk
Ardeline.
to you?
In the parlor. Closes the door.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Mrs. Ardeline. I don't want to be over there at this point in time. I'm
I
sure you
can't say I
understand with all the
blame you.
happenings of the day.
I'm sure Persephone seems to have filled you in a bit, apparently.
She really didn't have to. The energy was off the charts.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not every day
but,
that it comes down to Georgia.
Exactly. And you can say whatever you want to say. I tell us not to get in any trouble. I wouldn't hate
no,
to put
it's
you
fine.
in a
Water's in the
position.
basement with Apollo right now, so that's part of young
Oh.
Masters' distress. I'm not
Oh,
even
you know
gonna
what? Good for them. It's about time. Hi. Okay. All right.
I really
okay.
think she's just kind of he's in a shell-shocked state, and I think she's taking predatory advantage of the moment. So we'll see what happens come tomorrow.
Oh,
And your
may,
master seems convinced
may,
that Persephone is not staying here of her own free will. If it's
okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I will go over there and I will
you don't
retrieve
have to
masters.
stay. That would be
Yeah, I will
fabulous.
just drag
you
him
can have a
out
little
if I have to.
conversation in the parlor if you want, just to make it seem convincing. But yeah, just please. Thank
I
you.
will. Okay.
What's your
All right,
favorite
I'm
dish?
gonna
I'll have
have
it ready for Sunday.
I do love I do love a pot roast.
There will
But
be
you know,
so much pot roast on Sunday.
Mrs. Ardeline, at this moment in time, I'm just gonna apologize. I'm gonna have a breakdown at your front porch. And I just want to apologize for that right now and let you know that I am
wouldn't-
not actually in emotional distress, but
Wonderful. It wouldn't be the most distressing thing that's happened today.
So sorry. What's your favorite drink, Mrs. Ardeline? I would be happy to provide you something.
I'm afraid that vintage is
for
not
your
in
hardships.
vogue at the moment. But I do rather have a fancy towards Merlot if it has to be something.
I know some people. I'll find you a mighty fine Merlot, Mrs. Ardeline. All right, I will
too
be
kind,
over
Mr.
in
Walters.
just a
Thank you.
second. All right. And Luis will run to the Ardeline house.
It's all set.
Persephone and Masters are in the parlor.
In the parlor alone for a moment. She's wearing like a hoodie, and like pajama bottoms, like the clothes you wear when you're not feeling very well.
I was like, Persephone, hey, listen, I know that you wanted to go and talk to Louise, but it looks like your parents are not letting you out of the house, and that's a little creepy. If you want to get out of here, we can get out of here.
Well, no, there's a good reason that I really shouldn't. I mean,
if you want to
what
talk,
if
look, I'm not going to be there when you talk to him. Look, toothaches aren't contagious. Look, if you want to go and talk to Louise because you've got things you want to share with somebody, you know, I feel like your parents not letting you in the house is starting feeling a little creepy.
It's I also don't really want to leave the house right now.
Is that
There's
true?
Yeah, I've got a very sudden medical issue that's popped up today.
They said it's a sore tooth. That's not contagious.
Yeah, no, just it's personal. Masters?
Are they keeping you here?
No, they're not.
Being kept a place you don't want to be isn't good.
I don't not want to be here. Here's fine. I like here. There's just some things going on right now.
Yeah, and all I know is you really wanted to talk to Louise in private, but you can't do that if they won't let you leave the house.
I just wanted someone to vent to about today.
Yeah, and it's a little bit weird they won't let you leave the house. Look,
it's really for everyone's good, honestly. Right now.
Oh, that sounds like some kind of cult behavior. That's what that sounds like. Seriously, you can drop out the window. I'll get Luis. We'll both catch you.
I could definitely drop out the window. That's not the problem here. I know like 27 different ways to get out of this house. If I really wanted to.
We'll cover for you. That's what friends do.
I don't.
We'll give you an alibi.
Need you to cover for me. You're not my brother.
At this time, the door has already opened. I've already walked to the parlor. Luis, drenched, purposely stood outside in the water to look as pathetic as possible. Ruffled up his hair, like slapped his cheeks a little bit, got a little bit of color there, and is like, and it's like, hi guys. Sorry. I was.
Are you okay?
Like,
not really.
James is holding 2 glasses of Merlot, sees the situation, and just turns around.
I will take one of them.
You left, and it was fine for a little bit, but then like it was really quiet in the house, and I'm still not really used to it, and it really
Okay. Yeah.
and I
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
need
yeah,
to
yeah.
and I
Hey,
just I just need somebody with me right now, and
yeah,
I just want to be
yeah,
home, and I just want to be with
yeah,
a
yeah,
friend, and
yeah,
if
absolutely.
you can,
Um,
I'm sorry
yeah,
to burst in
no,
here like this.
no, hey,
It's
hey,
totally fine, Luis. We
hey,
understand.
well, we should probably finish this conversation. Persephone, you want to walk us to Luis's place?
I'll walk you
I
to the
just
door.
I just
Come on, Luis,
oh
it's all right.
I just wanna go home. I just
Oh
wanna
my
sit there and drink some whiskey or something. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, maybe not too much whiskey. Come on, let's all walk out. We three musketeers. Let's go.
And
I'll
I'll
walk you to the door. Actually, it
Oh,
really
yeah.
sure does hurt. I feel like I'm real tired. Maybe I'll go to bed.
and
And I'm trying to
And
get
I'll turn
those
around
two,
and I'll, like,
Luis and Persephone, in the same like I want my goal is to get both of them on the other side of the front door of that house and close that door so they can at least talk to each other without
I
parents in
am
the way.
gonna as we get to the door, I'm gonna be like, I really love you guys. Thank you so much for just being there for me. And I'm gonna give Persephone a really big hug. And I'm gonna disguise it as pushing you backwards. I'm gonna just
I want to try to give them their private
tackle
moment,
push
you know
you
what I mean?
inside the house. And I'll be like, thank you so much for being my friend and being here for me in these moments.
There,
And
Luis. Everything's gonna be fine.
I'm sorry to come into your house. I know you're going through some things, and I just come in here with my problems, and I'll just leave. I'll just come on, Masters. And it's just, and I'm gonna lean hard on Masters and close the door behind me.
I need deception, whichever deception you think is appropriate here, from Ro and
Persephone.
None of the Gwillums or Opal are helping in this moment.
Nope.
Luis and
Persephone is the
need
worst deception in the family. I will let you know right now. I think we're gonna do act because I think she also did take theater class. Here we go. Persephone, act.
Oh, 15. Oh, well, 15 from Luis.
And I used the bonus die, by the way.
Oh, you did use your bonus die.
Bonus die.
I used my bonus die.
You can, I will let you add a die for using your bonus die because you forgot you had one.
Okay.
But you don't re-roll, just roll the d6. And
yeah. Alright.
Nice.
All right.
What is Master's
insight?
Well, no, intrigue defense.
Intrigue, yeah, intrigue defense. Sorry, I've said the wrong words. Intrigue defense.
9.
Oh, you almost had Persephone there.
No.
I think what it ends up being is that Luis is just that good of an actor.
He carries
Persephone. And then also the full-on body hug into Masters kind of provides that extra layer of distraction.
Just hugging you.
I'm trying to get eye contact on Persephone.
Flying into your shoulder.
Make sure she's okay, and I've got him. You know, I've got him.
Fully leaning on you.
Like, very serious, slight panic worry, Persephone, about you in this moment. Like,
don't even care. You don't even like me.
But you can tell he seems to be quite concerned about your safety. Like, there's like a little bit of alarm in his eyes as he's like pulling Luis or being pulled by Luis. It's unclear out off of the property. And he's like, just call us.
Okay.
Can I get an awareness notice from Luis, Masters, and Persephone because she's at the door?
Okay, awareness
The
notice.
neighbors just be like, "What the hell's happening
What
at the
the
house?"
hell's
Guy with the
happening at the
sniper
Ramley house?
rifle has had the best night of his life. Just a soap opera on his front step.
That kid,
17.
that kid ran past that thing, went to this house twice. Why? Passes.
I feel like I should have a negative die. I'm going to take a penalty die.
For being
Because-
distracted.
Oh,
For me?
absolutely, because he's
For both
caring
of
about
us.
This is
Yeah,
both of us,
Luis
yeah.
and Persephone,
I
like,
would say taking a penalty die for their
5.
success in the
Oh,
acting.
I mean,
Okay, so 5, you are, you know, Luis is definitely carrying your, at this moment is like, you're concerned about Persephone, but you also are slightly distracted by
concerned about both.
Luis. You know, there's a lot of concern happening, you're distracted. I can see that definitely being
so
a thing.
whatever other thing is happening, I don't notice.
Persephone, as you close the door, that car that's been parked in front of what was the Grimes place, you know, the one that belonged to Jacob Hunt, Mr. Hunt, who literally only comes out once a day, waves at everybody, gets in his car, drives to work, comes back, and doesn't interact with anybody. That car is missing.
Okay. Persephone's bigger problems to deal with right now.
Ro, you would notice that that car is missing. The reason you don't get any of the rest of this Persephone is because you're standing looking out from the door. It has to do with angles and not. You would, if you were outside the house, then you would have seen the same things, but basically purely.
I'm not leaving the house tonight. No, sorry, I ain't leaving till that appointment in the morning.
Ro, you not Ro, Luis, you also see that car is missing. But that front door, the door is shut, the house's lights are off. I mean, it's only 8 o'clock. It's not so weird. Maybe he went to bed early. Or maybe he's just not home. But you will hear the gunshot that shatters the night.
But we
And then
don't,
rolls into a roll of thunder as a thunderstorm breaks over Savannah. And that's where we're going to end for tonight. Because we went over. And also, I'm very sorry, everyone in our viewers. Thank you for sticking with us, because apparently Twitch has decided to be a massive butt tonight and just periodically drop randomly on Twitch's end. It's all on Twitch's end. There's nothing on my end even showing that it dropped. And it's only when I see Twitch drop that I know. But I have
before we close out, can I just get a quick Robin McLeod check?
Oh, you need a Robin McLeod check? Remember how Robin and his wife went back to Scotland?
Yeah.
Robin has moved back into the house. His wife didn't come with him. Neither did their son. He looks exactly the same. Except somehow settled. Happy.
Interesting. Thank you for the Robin McLeod check of the night.
Yeah,
I was
apparently the
devastated I
Robin
didn't get
McLeod
it last
check
game
also
session.
killed Twitch.
No,
Oh.
God damn it, Robin
Did it?
McLeod, too strong.
We're back.
Okay.
Just a little glitch.
Nope. It's gone again.
I am. And
Well,
this
I mean,
is,
it's at the end, so at least
it's at least at this end.
Yeah, it's right at the end.
And now we're back.
Wait, are we? Oh.
According to me. So Robin McLeod apparently has moved back into his home without his wife or his kids, and doesn't look like he's aged a day, and seems very happy, at peace, calm.
That's not concerning at all. Love that. Thank you.
But we're gonna go around, say our goodbyes. Thank you everyone who stuck with us. Thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. But if you didn't know, there's a YouTube. Hi. It exists. It's really great if you want to catch any of the VODs, or in this case, miss out anything because Twitch is glitch, and we would love you to, subscribe, like, share, comment, all of those things. That I see all of those, and I appreciate each and every one. But we're gonna go around, let everybody say where you can find them, and what thing you're most looking forward to in 1992.
Being born.
Congratulations. But we will start with Lindy. Thank you for volunteering.
Oh goodness. Hi, it me, Laugh Love Lindy. I'll start with what I'm looking forward to first. Me, myself, and I being born. But also, finding out maybe what the dealio with Persephone is. Like, what is she now? Because we'll have had plenty of time for medical checkups by 1992, and for 3 years, that's time for second puberty to go through a little bit. Maybe enough. 4 years, yeah, say 4. That's plenty of time. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to finding out what that's all about. Gosh, my love for tonight. There's so much love. Poor Apollo, just being just shooketh. Surprise visit from, cousin Lou, brother Lou, whatever, Lou came into town. And actually taking up Marta on the spare coffin offer. It's been offered many times before, but he's never taken her up on it until tonight. And she's like, oh shit, I didn't actually expect him to say yes. I have to make sure the basement is acceptable. Loved that moment. Junghwa coming in like a fucking boss. Just Opal opens the door and she's like just in the house, and Opal's like, oh no, okay, right, you're in the house. Okay, I can't do anything. Sure. Just love that. Just inserting herself into this situation and being like, do I need to be concerned? I just loved that. Loved just the authoritative nature of Junghwa, just taking control. Poor Luis having to deal with all of his friends' drama on top of his own woes. I'm sure. Just poor Luis. I love it though. Was a good friend tonight. I'm sure that Persephone got him all up on it the next day. After the appointment, probably. And just poor dear. Everyone's like a poor sad soul tonight, except for Junghwa. I'm like, oh, I loved how just sad everything was. Just poor, bless it. No one tells Masters anything. Masters, like, we could be like, so Masters, there's some things we need to tell you. Your entire D&D group is other. You're the only human here, but we've not told you, and it's one of those things. It's, are we in too deep now, or he'll figure it out eventually, and he hasn't. Especially his great concern about Marta and Apollo in the basement, along with Persephone not being allowed to leave the house. Just especially since, as Persephone put it earlier, I liked him, but he likes my great grandma. So, I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's totally fine. I'm here for all of it. And just, yeah, that's my love. That's my love for tonight, is just how stressed out everybody is. It's beautiful. You can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy, being generally less stressed than these poor characters in the Arlene household are. Although Marty's actually pretty fine. She was just like, yeah, it happens. She's also the oldest, so. But you can find me online. Not tomorrow night, but next Monday, every other Monday. Now for Mondays in Exandria, the new batch, we're doing the Critical Roll Call of the Netherdeep. We're in a spooky underwater city, and things not fine. But it will be, hopefully, once we rescue Alan. And then on Tuesdays this month, I will be on Perception Studios, GMing a Dragon Age campaign. Our first episode is Tuesday. I should really do some more prep for that. And it'll be lots of fun, and there will be dragons. It's like Dragon Age with 200% more dragons. So check that out on Wednesdays.
So wait. So basically, Bull's dream.
Yes.
It just all of Bull's happiness.
Yes, basically. All of Iron Bull's happiness. And then on Wednesdays, we have my Call of Cthulhu, Below the Land of Fire group, where they ran into their first Shoggoth last week. Oh, it was a time. I didn't have to roll the d20 sanity loss because they all made their sanity checks, so they only lost 6. It was beautiful. And they've learned maybe not to investigate every single noise that they hear or do. I don't know. And nobody died, maimed perhaps, but no death. So they're doing great so far. And it's only going to get worse from here. So tune in because, as they said last week, shit's getting real. And then on Friday, you can find me on Trooper SGP's channel for Traveler, where I had a pipe fight this past week and am pretending to be the captain because decisions were made and not thought through. That's me.
Indeed, follow all of Lindy's wonderfulness, because A, the stories are great, and B, the stories are great, and C, just Lindy being great, because Lindy is great and fabulous. Next up, let's jump over to the other half of this cause of the visitation, which would be the Gwillem family. Hey, Pope. Thanks again for your support yesterday. Really appreciated it.
Was a grand time. I am floored by this evening. First business, then pleasure. Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope World Build on the internets. If you want to see more of this ridiculous face, tune in next Sunday, and then week from Monday over on Wandering DM's channel, we should be back for more Vampire the Masquerade with more poor decision making. Just in time for the holiday season. That will be at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. There's so much love to give between Zhanghua being 80s John Wick with the family and just full on action star pushing Wei An and going, I am making certain that all of your fuckery is not going to doom this world. And you are going to deliver my answers or things will become more problematic. The whole energy, shoulder pads and all.
Okay, so let's be honest. She's Michelle Yao. 80s Michelle Yao. Hi, Mrs. Detective.
Like we're getting into like the we're at the late 80s point. We're almost to the like early 90s when the shoulder pads cannot make up their mind if they're leaving or becoming even more aggressive. They don't fully fade away until 94. But yeah, no, we're at peak padded yo. And then Poor Masters, just first it's like walking on sunshine with that Walkman and that KFC to what is wrong with my friends and my entire community? What the fuck is this? Please cease thy fuckery. I am just trying to help. To the Walters family at this point. Like, I still want I need a flashback. That's why I'm looking forward to in 92 is a damn flashback because I need that moment when Persephone calls in. Okay, I need that. Especially after tonight. I need it. And like Ro, Linda dealing with their it feels like they're friends, but it also feels like they're frenemies with Fitzryan. Like it's we're good friends, but this relationship could turn south if things just went slightly worse. It's just the entire vibe I get. And my money is on the Walters family. So like I know Fitzryan's got his he is neck deep in something, but I still give it up to so far batting 1,000 the Walters family, and poor Louise, good gods, like we have found out from multiple sessions that Luis is the glue of the entire community. And when he is not present, terrible things occur. Uh, and and then, oh god, the entire Arley clan. I feel terrible for Persephone. There is so much guilt. Um, Same for poor Opal. And then I have is the holiday season. I'm putting a wish out into the world. Um, I want a picture of Apollo and Marta after the basement door closes, where it's like the full-on young Frankenstein, like 6'1" Apollo, tiny Marta, like bridally carrying her down the steps, like the sheer Byzantine outfit. I need this. I want this. I'm putting it into the world. Also, enjoy that image, and then Prax between Fitzryan, just the lore that we got tonight. Whatever the fuck Persephone actually is, there's so many damn question marks around that. It's like an early 90s detective comic. And at the end, there's the Mr. Hunt. Hi. Gunshot, he is missing. What the fuck happened? So please tune in next Sunday as hopefully we find some answers and get some radio love advice. Do not miss it. Take care of yourselves and one another. Thank you so much for being here. Story is nothing without its audience. You're much more than this we are. Be kind to yourselves. It's the holiday season. You know how rough it can be. Please be kind. See you soon.
Speaking of radio love advice, hey PB, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. I'm PB from at PB Plays Inside, in which you can find me on most social media and on twitch.tv and technically YouTube, but and so you can find me playing Destiny 2 and Minecraft and other things over on my channel. And gosh, what a just jam-packed session this was. This was so good, just beginning to end. It was just a nonstop. It's still like call to action if it's just all like verbal action, because that was amazing. From just I loved the way you played Lou Pope. It was just so good. Like just the moments of where he was just like a little bit more lively to the moments he was very serious about a moment. And Apollo just shitting bricks the entire time. What a just amazing dynamic you created there with those two. As soon as you started like talking to yourself with both of them, I'm like, this is gonna be great. I cannot wait to see how this works out. And just poor Persephone, man. Just poor Persephone. It's just never like in the same way her mom never got a break. Persephone is just carrying on that family legacy, it seems. And
She was fine
Masters.
for 20 years.
Yeah, she went. And Masters. Oh, I love just seeing Peter inside of Masters and his actions. It was so good. I was just like, oh, I had just such flashbacks to the to the drive-in theater. And honestly, this was kind of like a drive-in theater, let's be honest. So I was delighted by everything. And for 1992, I'm looking forward to the beginning of rave culture. I feel like that's something that could get a little exciting for Luis out here. So that is what I'm excited for.
Interesting. Good to know. Hey, Lynn, how are you? How you doing tonight? Thank you again also for playing yesterday, and also thank you, PB. I appreciate you as well for that.
Yeah, oh god, there's so much happened there. You know, I think it's one of the few times we got almost every representative player character in a room at the same time. Very close, but this is I think the most we've had houses like cross each other a little bit, which was a lot of fun. Oh my god. I love the 20 something so much. It's just like there's like chaos. I'm just like I was just like
Shit, Lynn, you dropped the title of that movie, and now all I can see is Masters, Persephone, Lewis, and Marta in 20 somethings.
Someone's gonna. It's like you can't.
And if you haven't seen that movie, sorry.
And just like I love
Or
the
30
like
something.
just like the messy like cluster of like someone's trying like we need to get him out. No, I want to see what Persephone. So it's like no, I gotta pretend who's like trying to like kind of like get each other. They won't get into the situation they want, but everyone's kind of like trying to like maneuver each person in a certain way. It's like no one's leaving here. Someone's pretending to have a panic attack. It's like poor Masters, I think, is the most confused of what's happening. Just no idea. And yeah, I loved the Lou and like just terrified Apollo. Poor Apollo. Just it's a bad time. It's a bad time. And yeah, God, Persephone, poor. I can't wait for these like the three have like more are away from like are like out of the homes of everyone. It'll be great. It'll be fun. And for me, you can find me on wandering DM for Scion on Saturdays and back here. And for 1992, watch out, Petra 16 now. Oh, it's gonna be a mess.
She's going to the raves. That's
Yeah,
who's going to raves.
yeah, this
Someone's
is-
going to raves, and it's going to be her.
Yeah.
I'm here
She will
for
not say no.
it.
She will take not take no for an answer. She will go. She'll break out if she has.
I figure Petra's already listening to Joshua Tree. It's fine. Hey, Trooper. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Trooper SJP. Woo! It's always an honor. I have spent far too much time trying to find the perfect 80s power suit vibe to sort of like encapsulate what happened there. Did my best. It's been lovely. Let me see. I want to give my love first. Oh my goodness. Because the thing is, somebody's got to play the regular person, and everybody's been so good at keeping their otherness secret, right? So it just doesn't make any sense for somebody to just be able to know. So like if you don't know, what you see seems a little disturbing, actually. You know what I mean? You're like, what is this? So anyway, he tried to do his best by his friends. I suppose we'll find out what happens in 4 years. And I just want to say, Lynn, you were amazing. Really, I just feel like a lot of people had really great presence today. I loved, Lynn, I loved how you were able to just, you know what it was? It was about how there's Satan, and you're like, I do not care. Like, you're like, what do I need to do? Is this going to be a problem that I need to take care of? To Satan, to Lucifer. That right there, primo power move. And I was like, oh, she's dangerous. And she's like, do I need to call in my people? And they're like, no. And she's like, I was like, oh, Lynn, your vibe was perfect. Loved it. And Pope, I loved how you were switching in between the two brothers, just to see how you were able to transform your carriage between the two of them was very good. Also, some really cool storytelling you got going on, like cool concepts happening. I loved it. And then I'm going to go. Yeah. I don't know if I should talk about Lindy or PB next. We'll go Lindy. We'll go with Lindy. Lindy, there's a thing, you just cause trouble for yourself, and I love it. And I was like, you are causing a lot of trouble for yourself. I'm here for it, and I love it. And also, I think I gotta give my love, especially for when you just turned on the lawn sprinklers, when you're just like, sprinklers, like, just, Marta's had like a drink or two, and it has no F's to give, and I love that about Marta. So good. Oh, PB. The conversation, every single conversation you had, every single one today was brilliant, and just gave more little elements to like all this to the story. And you just like unpeeled various layers in these really great ways. And the conversation between you and Younghwa was so amazing. And yeah, so good. Oh my goodness. And also like, okay, I'm gonna just say this. I know that Luis was only pretending to feel bad about being alone in his house and not being used to it. I just don't think he was just pretending, though. I feel like he might have been, you know, turning it up more, but I feel like the core is there. So, of course, yeah, Masters, of course, is going to go be with his friend. But Masters saw his mother almost assassinated in front of his eyes when he was quite young, and has also had his mobility limited quite a lot in various ways. And so he's a little bit extra sensitive to people not being able to leave houses, or things that might seem like there might be some extra controllingness going on. And, he's aware that sometimes people say things like, oh, no, it's fine, when maybe it's not so fine. So, he's got some concerns about his friends, but he can't do anything about it at the moment. And yeah, so there's that. And I think in 1992, that'll be the height of the AIDS crisis. That'll be like when you have like big peak deaths. So I imagine he's going to be running around working really hard to try to do like part of the Names Project Atlanta, try to do what he can do to do right by the folks in Savannah who need help as best he can. And he's got a bunch of friends who are probably gonna be dying because he was over in he got to be one of the dancers in the chorus line. Very brief moment in Broadway before he decided to come back to Savannah. So he's got a bunch of folks that he is going to he's probably gonna be like helping out in hospices and trying to do his what he can for the community, and try to keep people safe who might be having controlling dangerous parents, just trying to make sure everybody's okay and make sure Luis is okay and find out what's going on, and like listen to Umberto's radio program, which again, you keep avoiding it, PB, but I'm going to get it out of you. I'm going to get all about that. I'm going to find out. And you can find me, let's see, today is Sunday. Next Friday will be the next RPG I'm in at 7 p.m. over on my channel, Eastern, for the Gamblers, which is our Traveler Pirates of Draenix campaign. And that is me. Boop, 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 boop. Ta-da.
Indeed. And again, thank you everybody. I apologize again for the tech issues that Twitch has been suffering from all night, apparently. Again, YouTube, this VOD will be up there probably by the end of tomorrow, all nice and neat and labeled, and you can all watch all 4.5 hours of it straight. Thank you again to my wonderful, fabulous players for bringing this story to life every week and sharing with me in this little art house TTRPG that we've built here, and I appreciate each and every one of you. We will be back on Sunday for more Carousel Court, episode 3. Oh, y'all, there are only 4 episodes left of Carousel Court. Only 4. There are gonna be some interesting things gonna happen. But you can also, if you want to help out and support the channel, we have some merch that exists, including Vampires for Nixon, mugs, and stickers that came out of Carousel Court. I'm just saying that they exist. Also, there might be something else that will be going up probably next week. You can also, I have a Ko-Fi that helps fund the channel, puts money directly into hardware and upgrades and trying to get all of these things to work the way they're supposed to. I also really, really, really want to thank everyone who was here last night for donating for the Fisher House Foundation. We raised $259 in support of the Fisher House Foundation, while Pope ended up attempting to murder everyone in an Aliens RPG, because, it's Aliens. It was great. I firmly recommend you all watch it. The VOD of that will be going up on YouTube as well. But thank you again for all of your support for charity this year. And I really, really appreciate it. I will also be posting on my community tab over on YouTube. Again, that exists. I'll be posting some comments on some polls that will be important for 1992. Just little things. You'll see. It'll be fine. Nothing to worry about. Also, I am probably going to be putting together, because I was talking with a couple people last night, a book club, because I like books, and books are important and good. So we'll be posting more about that. You can find me again on Twitter, as long as that thing still exists, at Deirdre Donlin, or Praxgorath as me before. You see me around here on Twitch. Prax the Bard over on Hive, Blue Sky, and Instagram. And let me see if we can even raid anyone tonight. Like, is it possible? Is Twitch gonna work? No, it's not. It won't even give me the optional list of people to raid. So I'm blaming Twitch for all the problems that exist. Which means we'll just have to end it for here tonight. And we'll see you next week in 1992. Everybody.